seemingly born into notoriety and opportunity.
We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
One of the most divisive figures in modern history.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the...
Take a look at what happened.
A man who reshaped the landscape of business and politics forever.
You also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Welcome to the Donald Trump Iceberg. This video is sponsored by my new personal channel where I cover all things fringe and unexplained. If you'd like to help me reach my goal of 1,000 subscribers, the link can be found in the description below. Enjoy the video. Presidency refers to Donald Trump's 2 non-consecutive terms as President of the United States. His first administration ran from January 20th, 2017 to January 20th, 2021. After a 4-year gap, the businessman returned to the White House, beginning his second term in January 2025. During his first presidency, he implemented significant tax cuts, appointed 3 Supreme Court justices, and engaged in trade disputes with China. The 78-year-old Republican campaigned on promises to revitalize manufacturing, strengthen border security, and continue his America First approach to foreign policy. His victory over Kamala Harris represented a remarkable political comeback 4 years after his defeat to Joe Biden. The former real estate developer's governing style remained consistent across both terms, characterized by executive actions, policy reversals from previous administrations, and a confrontational approach toward traditional media outlets. His supporters praised his willingness to challenge establishment politics, while critics expressed concerns about democratic norms and institutional stability. In both presidencies, he maintained a loyal base of supporters who appreciated his blunt communication style and policy priorities. His administrations reshaped the federal judiciary, altered international relationships, and sparked intense partisan divisions that reflected broader cultural and political polarization within American society. The January 6th United States Capitol attack marked one of the most disturbing events in modern American history, when thousands of Trump supporters violently stormed the U.S. Capitol building in Washington. Called to action by the then-president's false claims of a stolen election, the mob sought to prevent Congress from certifying Joe Biden's electoral victory. The assault left 5 people dead, including 1 Capitol police officer, and injured more than 170 police officers. Prior to the attack, Trump delivered an inflammatory speech at a Save America rally where he told supporters to fight like hell and march to the Capitol. As rioters breached the building, members of Congress were forced to evacuate or shelter in place, while the former president reportedly watched events unfold on television for hours before issuing a tepid call for peace. Inside the Capitol, rioters ransacked offices, vandalized property, and hunted for officials they considered enemies, chanting "Hang Mike Pence" after the vice president refused to block the electoral certification. The FBI has classified the events as domestic terrorism, with more than 1,500 individuals facing criminal charges in connection with the violence. Far-right groups including the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers played central roles in coordinating aspects of the attack, with several of their leaders later convicted of seditious conspiracy. The riot resulted in more than $30 million in damage to the Capitol. Following his return to power in the 2024 election, Trump granted clemency to all Capitol rioters on his first day back in office, January 20th, 2025, including those convicted of violent offenses. The businessman turned president has since embraced and celebrated the attack, with some Republicans reframing the violent insurrection as legitimate political discourse, despite extensive video evidence showing brutal assaults on law enforcement. Make America Great Again, often abbreviated as MAGA, emerged as the defining slogan of Donald Trump's political identity, beginning with his successful 2016 presidential campaign. Though originally used by Ronald Reagan in 1980 as "Let's Make America Great Again,"
only one man has the proven experience we need: Ronald Reagan for president. Let's make America great again.
We'll restore hope and we'll welcome them into a great national crusade to make America great again.
The businessman turned politician made the phrase uniquely his own, even going so far as to trademark it for political purposes in July 2015. The four-word rallying cry resonated strongly with his base, evoking nostalgia for a perceived better era in American history. The slogan gained unprecedented visibility through the iconic red MAGA hats that became the most recognizable symbol of Trump's campaign. The former president reportedly spent more campaign funds on producing these hats than on polling, consultants, or television commercials during parts of his campaign. The red caps served as walking billboards, with Trump estimating that counterfeit versions outnumbered authentic ones by 10 to 1. Beyond campaign messaging, MAGA evolved into shorthand for the 45th president's entire political philosophy and supporter base. The phrase sparked heated debate, with supporters viewing it as patriotic, while critics argued it contained coded appeals to racial anxieties. Academics and journalists have extensively analyzed its rhetorical power, with some calling it simultaneously one of the worst campaign slogans ever and a fabulous campaign slogan due to its effective vagueness. The cultural impact of MAGA extended far beyond politics, inspiring countless parodies and derivatives across entertainment, advertising, fashion, and global politics. The formula proved irresistible for creative adaptation. International politicians have borrowed the template too, with variations appearing in Indonesia, Spain, Australia, and numerous other countries seeking to capture the same populist energy.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
The border wall along the Mexico-United States border was one of Donald Trump's most prominent campaign promises during his 2016 presidential run. He repeatedly vowed to build a Great Wall along the southern border and famously claimed that Mexico would pay for its construction. This divisive infrastructure project became a powerful symbol of his administration's approach to immigration policy. During Trump's first term, approximately 438 miles of primary barriers were constructed along the nearly 2,000-mile border with Mexico. However, much of this construction replaced existing barriers rather than creating new sections of wall. The project faced numerous challenges, including legal battles over funding, environmental concerns, and difficulties in acquiring privately owned land adjacent to the border. When President Biden took office in January 2021, he signed an executive order halting wall construction. However, by October 2023, the Biden administration announced it would restart wall construction in certain areas due to increased migrant crossings. Upon returning to office in January 2025, Trump immediately declared a national emergency to resume construction of the wall, pledging to complete it during his second term. The wall project has been controversial for multiple reasons beyond its political symbolism. Environmental groups have voiced concerns about its impact on wildlife migration patterns and protected habitats. Native American tribes have protested the barrier dividing their ancestral lands. Economic analyses have questioned the cost-effectiveness of the physical barrier compared to technological alternatives for border security. Despite these controversies, the border wall remains one of the most recognizable policies associated with Trump's presidency, representing his hardline stance on immigration and border security. Donald Trump's business career began at his father's real estate company, Trump Management, in 1968. After graduating from college, he was already receiving what would amount to about $1 million annually in today's money as untaxed gifts from his father, Fred Trump. By 1971, at just 25 years old, he became president of the company and rebranded it as the Trump Organization, marking his first step toward building his own empire. The ambitious businessman made his first major Manhattan deal in 1978 with the development of the Grand Hyatt Hotel next to Grand Central Terminal. This project, which transformed the aging Commodore Hotel into a gleaming glass-faced Hyatt, brought him into public prominence when it opened in 1980. His father served as a silent partner in this venture, providing crucial financial backing while allowing his son to be the public face of the deal. Trump Tower, completed in 1983, became the signature achievement of his early career. The 58-story skyscraper in Midtown Manhattan featured a distinctive 5-level atrium with a 60-foot waterfall. The construction process was not without controversy, however, as the demolition of the previous Bonwit Teller building involved the destruction of valuable Art Deco sculptures promised to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and allegations of using underpaid illegal Polish workers. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, the former reality TV star expanded aggressively into Atlantic City casinos, hotels, and other ventures. This period was marked by both successes and significant failures. His businesses filed for bankruptcy 6 times between 1991 and 2009. He famously told Newsweek in 2011, "I do play with the bankruptcy laws. They're very good for me," demonstrating his view of these failures as strategic business moves rather than personal setbacks. Beyond real estate, his business portfolio expanded to include beauty pageants, a modeling agency, a short-lived airline, golf courses worldwide, and numerous licensing deals that placed his name on everything from buildings to consumer products. The value of the Trump brand itself became a significant asset, with his name appearing on properties he didn't even own, as developers paid for the cachet his brand conveyed. By the time he ran for president in 2016, the businessman had established himself as one of America's most recognizable figures, with a complex legacy of bold ventures, high-profile failures, and an uncanny ability to reinvent himself in the public eye. Donald Trump's wealth has been a subject of considerable debate and controversy throughout his career. While his exact net worth remains unknown publicly, Forbes currently estimates it at $4.1 billion as of early April 2025, whereas Bloomberg placed it at $7.08 billion in January of the same year. The former president received substantial financial assistance from his father, Fred Trump, a successful real estate developer, in the form of gifts, loans, and inheritance that helped launch his business career. According to the New York Times, Trump was a millionaire by age 8, thanks to trust funds established by his father and grandmother beginning in 1949. In 1976, Fred Trump created trust funds of $1 million, equivalent to $5.5 million in 2024, for each of his 5 children and 3 grandchildren, with Donald receiving $90,000 in 1980 and $214,605 the following year from his fund. By 1993, when the businessman took 2 loans totaling $30 million from his siblings, their anticipated shares of their father's estate were valued at $35 million each. A significant source of the former president's income came from his television show, The Apprentice, and related licensing deals, which generated $427.4 million between 2004 and 2018. This success allowed him to pay approximately $70.1 million in federal taxes from 2005 to 2007, though he later received this amount as a refund after declaring over $700 million in business losses in 2009. During his presidency, Trump reported over $1.6 billion of outside revenue from his companies, including the Trump Organization. Trump's publicly reported wealth has often been called into question. Former Forbes reporter Jonathan Greenberg revealed in 2018 that during the 1980s, the businessman had deceived him about his actual net worth to appear on the Forbes list of wealthy individuals. According to Greenberg, it took decades to unwind the elaborate farce Trump had enacted to project an image as one of the richest people in America, and claimed that Trump should not have been on the first 3 Forbes 400 lists at all. In October 2023, Forbes estimated his wealth at $2.6 billion and announced he had failed to make their annual Forbes 400 list for the first time in years. The businessman himself has acknowledged that "my net worth fluctuates, and it goes up and down with markets and with attitudes and with feelings, even my own feelings." His self-reported estimates have varied by as much as $3.3 billion on the same day, and he has admitted that exaggerated claims about his wealth have been good for financing. Forbes has noted that while Trump shares a lot of information with them, he consistently pushes for a higher net worth, and has spent decades relentlessly lying to reporters to try to vault himself higher on the Forbes 400 list. Trumpism is a political movement built around the ideologies, rhetoric, and governing approaches associated with Donald Trump and his political base. The term encompasses a blend of right-wing populism, nationalism, anti-globalism, and an aggressive communication style that breaks with traditional political norms. Supporters, sometimes called Trumpists or Trumpians, view themselves as part of a movement to restore American greatness against perceived enemies both foreign and domestic. At its core, Trumpism presents a confrontational approach to politics that emphasizes the personality of its leader over consistent ideology. The movement gained momentum during the businessman's 2016 presidential campaign, promising to address economic and cultural grievances of Americans who felt overlooked by traditional political establishments. His slogan, "Make America Great Again," encapsulated this nostalgic appeal to restore a perceived lost golden era through strong leadership. Communication is central to Trumpism's appeal, featuring simple, direct messaging delivered through social media, particularly Twitter before his suspension from the platform. The former president's rhetoric often includes absolutist language, personal attacks on opponents, and appeals to emotion rather than detailed policy proposals. Critics note this communication style frequently employed misinformation and falsehoods, while supporters view it as refreshingly authentic compared to traditional political speech. Trumpism has been compared to historical political movements, with scholars noting parallels to Jacksonian populism of the 19th century and even certain elements of fascism, though such comparisons remain contentious. The movement has inspired similar political approaches internationally, with figures in Brazil, Hungary, and the Philippines adopting comparable rhetoric and governance styles. Whether viewed as a temporary aberration or a lasting political realignment, Trumpism has significantly reshaped American political discourse. Though initially centered around one man, the movement has evolved to represent a broader faction within American conservatism that continues to influence Republican Party politics. Following the 2021 Capitol riot and his 2020 election defeat, many questioned whether Trumpism could survive without its namesake in office. However, his subsequent 2024 electoral victory demonstrated the enduring appeal of his political brand and approach, suggesting Trumpism will remain a significant force in American politics for years to come.
This is the mugshot of the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, who surrendered himself at Fulton County Jail within the last hour. He was booked, they took his fingerprints, and they took this image. This is his fourth indictment this year, but the first time where a mugshot has been taken. This is a state case. He insists that he did nothing wrong.
Now, right alongside them, there's a portrait of a different sort. Is that Trump's mugshot? Yep, he has proudly hung his mugshot from the front page of the New York Post in a gold frame right outside the Oval Office.
On August 24, 2023, Donald Trump made history by becoming the first former United States president to have a police booking photograph taken. In the now iconic image, he stands before a gray backdrop, dressed in a blue suit with a white shirt and red tie, glowering directly at the camera with a notable scowl and furrowed brow. Released shortly after his booking and assigned inmate number P01135809, the photograph quickly spread across media outlets worldwide. Within 90 minutes of his release, Trump's campaign began monetizing the image, selling merchandise featuring the mugshot. The former businessman himself posted the photograph to social media platform X, formerly Twitter, with the caption, "Election interference, never surrender," alongside a link soliciting campaign contributions. This marked his first post on the platform since his account had been reinstated by Elon Musk in November 2022. The image proved to be a powerful fundraising tool, with the Trump campaign reporting they raised over $7 million within 2 days of its release. Beyond campaign merchandise, the mugshot later appeared on digital trading cards sold as non-fungible tokens, NFTs, in December 2023, with some packages including pieces of the actual suit he wore during the booking process. After winning the 2024 presidential election against Kamala Harris, he even had an issue of the New York Post featuring the mugshot framed and hung in a hallway outside the Oval Office. Art critics and media commentators extensively analyzed the photograph's composition and cultural significance. Some compared his expression to the Kubrick stare from Stanley Kubrick films, or to Vigo the Cruel's menacing glare from Ghostbusters 2. The Associated Press called it an American moment and an enduring image that will appear in history books, while The Guardian described it as the defining mugshot of the decade that captures the essence of modern American politics. Donald Trump's social media presence transformed political communication in the United States. After joining Twitter in May 2009, he tweeted approximately 57,000 times over nearly 12 years, including about 8,000 tweets during his 2016 campaign and more than 25,000 during his presidency. The White House officially declared these tweets should be considered official statements. By January 2021, when he was banned from the platform, his @RealDonaldTrump handle had accumulated over 88.9 million followers. For most of his first term, his Twitter account remained largely unmoderated despite frequently posting controversial and false statements. This relatively hands-off approach was justified by the platform as being in the public interest. Congress attempted its own form of moderation when the House of Representatives voted largely along party lines to censure him for what they deemed racist comments he had posted. Rather than curtailing his activity, this political censure appeared to accelerate his posting frequency. Following his 2020 election defeat, the former president used social media platforms to persistently question the election results. His online rhetoric played a significant role in inciting the January 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol during the formal counting of electoral votes. This led to an unprecedented response from major social media companies. Twitter permanently banned his account, Facebook and Instagram suspended him for 2 years, and YouTube disabled his ability to upload new content. According to research analytics firm Signal Labs, election-related misinformation declined 73% during the first week that Trump was banned from several platforms. The businessman eventually created his own social media platform called Truth Social, which launched in February 2022. Under his licensing agreement with Trump Media and Technology Group, he must use Truth Social as his primary social media platform and wait at least 6 hours before reposting material to any other social network, with some exceptions for political activities. Over time, most platforms reinstated his accounts, though his actual usage varied. In 2023, when facing federal prosecution related to the Capitol attack, a protective order was issued against him after he made posts that prosecutors interpreted as threatening. The real estate mogul's approach to social media extended beyond Twitter. He utilized Facebook and Instagram for campaign advertisements and personal content, participated in an Ask Me Anything session on Reddit, created over 80 installments of a YouTube vlog called From the Desk of Donald Trump between 2011 and 2014, and even joined newer platforms like Triller and TikTok. His social media strategy consistently leveraged both narrowcasting and broadcasting techniques to reach and engage his supporters directly, bypassing traditional media gatekeepers. Donald Trump is widely known for his prolific use of nicknames for political opponents, critics, and allies alike.
Little Rocket Man. We have Lion Ted Cruz. I have to be honest. These people that I'm dealing with are the worst people. Crooked Hillary Clinton. Although we have a representative in Congress who they say was here a long time ago. They call her Pocahontas.
This branding strategy became a signature element of his communication style during his business career, television fame, and especially throughout his political campaigns and presidency. The businessman's tendency to assign derogatory monikers began gaining significant attention during the 2016 Republican primaries when he labeled opponents with names like Low Energy Jeb for Jeb Bush, Little Marco for Marco Rubio, and Lion Ted for Ted Cruz. These simple, memorable labels were designed to undermine his rivals by reducing them to a single unflattering characteristic. During his first presidential campaign against Hillary Clinton, the former president coined Crooked Hillary, a nickname that became a rallying cry at his campaign events and persisted through years of political discourse. His approach to nicknaming continued through his presidency and into his 2020 and 2024 campaigns, with targets including Sleepy Joe for Joe Biden, Crazy Bernie for Bernie Sanders, and Pocahontas for Elizabeth Warren. Media analysts have noted that these nicknames serve multiple tactical purposes. They simplify complex individuals into easily digestible caricatures, they provide memorable hooks for supporters to repeat, and they effectively frame opponents in ways that are difficult to counter. The repetition of these labels across speeches, social media posts, and interviews amplifies their impact and embeds them in public consciousness. The practice extends beyond political rivals to media figures, foreign leaders, and even former allies who fall out of favor. Trump's nickname strategy represents a distinctive communication approach that blends entertainment tactics with political messaging, creating what some commentators have called a form of verbal branding that has influenced political discourse well beyond his own campaigns. Donald Trump's relationship with golf extends far beyond casual play, as the businessman began acquiring and constructing golf courses in 1999. By 2016, his portfolio had expanded to 17 golf courses worldwide through the Trump Organization, establishing him as a major figure in the golfing industry. According to golf legend Jack Nicklaus, the former president loves the game of golf more than he loves money. Trump began playing while attending Fordham University and developed a passion that would later influence American diplomacy. His reported handicap of 2.8 has been disputed by sports writer Rick Riley, who wrote an entire book titled Commander-in-Cheat: How Golf Explains Trump Challenging This Figure. In his own 2005 book, Trump described golf as more than a game, but a passion for himself and millions worldwide. The Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach marked his first venture into course ownership, acquired through a lawsuit against Palm Beach County after purchasing Mar-a-Lago. Following the 2008 financial crisis, he pivoted to purchasing existing golf courses and redesigning them. Despite reporting combined losses of $315.6 million over nearly 2 decades according to his tax filings, he continued expanding his golf empire internationally. During his first presidency, Trump's golfing habits generated controversy, as he had previously criticized Barack Obama for playing too much golf while in office. Despite claiming during his 2016 campaign that he would be too busy working to play golf, he visited Trump Organization properties on 428 days of his 1,461-day presidency and reportedly played approximately 261 rounds, averaging 1 round every 5.6 days, compared to Obama's estimated average of 1 round every 12 to 13 days. His love of golf has even affected international relations, with Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe playing 5 rounds with him, helping the two leaders develop a close personal relationship. After Trump's 2024 election victory, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol reportedly resumed playing golf to similarly benefit his country during Trump's upcoming second term.
No, not you. Not you. Your organization's terrible. Your organization's terrible. Let's go. Go ahead. Quiet. Quiet. Go ahead. She's asking a question. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. No, I'm not going to give you a question. I'm not going to give you a question. You are fake news.
The term fake news became a defining element of Donald Trump's political rhetoric, though it existed long before his presidency. Initially referring to deliberately fabricated news stories, the phrase dates back to the 1890s when sensational reporting was common. However, the former president dramatically transformed its usage, turning it into a weapon against any unfavorable media coverage. Trump popularized fake news during and after the 2016 presidential campaign, using it relentlessly on Twitter and in speeches to discredit reporting he personally disliked. His approach fundamentally shifted the term's meaning, from describing actual false information to becoming a catch-all dismissal of negative press. As he once explained to CBS journalist Leslie Stahl off-camera, "You know why I do it? I do it to discredit you all and demean you all so that when you write negative stories about me, no one will believe you." The businessman's strategic use of the phrase proved remarkably effective with his supporters, creating a shield against criticism by preemptively labeling unflattering coverage as untrustworthy. In a revealing 2018 tweet, he explicitly equated negative news with fake news, writing that 91% of the network news about me is negative, fake. This deliberate conflation allowed him to dismiss factual reporting by simply declaring it fake. By the end of his presidency, Trump had expanded his application of fake beyond news to encompass books, search results, polls, and virtually anything that portrayed him unfavorably. Media scholars have noted this tactic created an alternative information ecosystem where supporters could dismiss legitimate journalism while embracing partisan sources that reinforce their existing beliefs. The consequences of this rhetorical strategy have been far-reaching, contributing to decreased trust in mainstream media among many Americans and undermining the shared factual foundation necessary for democratic discourse. Trump's weaponization of the term fake news represents one of his most consequential impacts on American politics and media consumption patterns. Election denial and Stop the Steal became one of the most consequential episodes in modern American politics following the 2020 presidential election. After Democratic nominee Joe Biden won the election, the former president pursued an unprecedented effort to overturn the results, with support from his campaign, proxies, political allies, and many supporters. Using what critics called the big lie propaganda technique, Trump repeatedly claimed the election had been stolen through rigged voting machines, electoral fraud, and an international conspiracy, despite these claims being proven false. Trump pressured Department of Justice leaders to challenge the results and publicly state the election was corrupt. However, his own Attorney General William Barr, the Director of National Intelligence, and the Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency all dismissed these claims. State and federal judges, election officials, and state governors likewise determined the allegations were baseless, with Trump's legal team filing 63 lawsuits, none of which succeeded. The businessman's loyalists, including Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, personal lawyer Rudy Giuliani, and several Republican lawmakers, targeted state legislatures attempting to change the results or delay electoral vote certification. They promoted the idea that Vice President Mike Pence could refuse to certify the results on January 6th, which Pence repeatedly stated he had no authority to do. Trump's team also created fraudulent electoral certificates in 7 states, directed by his personal attorney, falsely asserting he had been re-elected. Stop the Steal emerged as a far-right campaign and protest movement promoting these conspiracy theories. Originally created by Republican operative Roger Stone in 2016 in anticipation of potential future election losses, it was revived during the 2020 vote counting by Tea Party activist Amy Creamer. Facebook removed the initial group on November 5th for organized delegitimization of the election process after it had gained hundreds of thousands of followers. The movement organized protests in various cities, often including extremist groups like the 3%ers, Proud Boys, and Oath Keepers. These efforts culminated in the January 6th Capitol attack, when Trump's supporters attempted what some scholars called a self-coup. Donald Trump made history as the only U.S. president to be impeached twice during his term in office. His first impeachment occurred on December 18, 2019, when the House of Representatives adopted 2 articles of impeachment: abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. This was followed by his acquittal in the Senate on February 5, 2020. The first impeachment centered on what became known as the Trump-Ukraine scandal. House investigations found that the former president had solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election to help his re-election bid by withholding military aid and a White House invitation from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. This was allegedly done to pressure Ukraine to announce an investigation into Trump's political opponent Joe Biden and to promote a conspiracy theory that Ukraine, not Russia, was behind interference in the 2016 election. The impeachment process began with an inquiry announced by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on September 24, 2019, following a whistleblower complaint about Trump's July 25th phone call with President Zelensky. After weeks of investigation, including closed-door and public hearings, the House Judiciary Committee approved articles of impeachment in December. The full House vote largely followed party lines, with all Republicans voting against impeachment and nearly all Democrats voting in favor. The Senate trial began in January 2020, with Chief Justice John Roberts presiding. Despite requests from Democrats, the Republican-controlled Senate voted against allowing witnesses or new documents to be introduced. On February 5th, the president was acquitted on both charges, with votes falling far short of the two-thirds majority needed to convict and remove him from office. Notably, Senator Mitt Romney became the first senator in history to vote to convict a president of his own party when he found Trump guilty on the first article. Trump's second impeachment followed the January 6, 2021 Capitol attack. This made him the first U.S. president to be impeached twice, though he was again acquitted by the Senate in February 2021 after he had already left office. The twin impeachments remain a defining aspect of his presidency, marking both the intense partisan divisions of his term and setting precedents in American constitutional governance. Protests against Donald Trump began during his 2016 presidential campaign and continued throughout his presidency, becoming some of the most widespread political demonstrations in modern American history. These protests expressed opposition to various aspects of Trump's policies, rhetoric, and administration decisions, from his campaign statements to specific executive orders like the 2017 travel ban and 2018 family separation policy. The largest organized protest occurred on January 21, 2017, the day after his first inauguration, when the Women's March drew millions of participants across all 50 states and 6 continents. When considering each city's individual protest, this collective action represents the largest single-day protest in United States history, with estimates ranging from 3 to 5 million participants nationwide. Protests took various forms beyond traditional marches, including boycotts, business closures, walkouts, and targeted demonstrations at Trump properties. While most protests remained peaceful, some instances of property damage occurred, and protesters occasionally faced charges. The businessmen's visits to cities like New York often triggered significant security operations and local demonstrations. Following his election victory in 2024, a new wave of protests emerged in response to his second presidency. These included the protests at state capitals and the Day Without Immigrants demonstrations, where protesters in Los Angeles temporarily blocked Highway 101 while carrying banners with pro-immigration messages. International protests also occurred, with demonstrations in countries like Germany, Canada, Switzerland, and Panama expressing concerns about his policies and global influence. Social media played a crucial role in organizing anti-Trump activism through hashtags like #resist, #notmypresident, #stillwithhere, and #lovetrumpshate. These digital movements facilitated coordination between previously disconnected progressive groups and helped transform online activism into physical demonstrations, creating what some political observers described as an unprecedented level of sustained political resistance. Russian interference in the 2016 United States presidential election was a coordinated effort by the Russian government to influence the outcome of the election in favor of Donald Trump. According to U.S. intelligence agencies, the operation, codenamed Project Lakhta, was ordered directly by Russian President Vladimir Putin. This interference became central to what was later known as the Russiagate scandal. The interference took two main forms. First, the Internet Research Agency, IRA, a Russian troll farm based in St. Petersburg, created thousands of fake social media accounts posing as Americans to spread divisive content, promote Trump, and disparage Hillary Clinton. The IRA's operations were sophisticated and extensive, reaching millions of Americans across platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Reddit between 2013 and 2017. Instagram was particularly utilized, with some Russian-created accounts amassing hundreds of thousands of followers. Second, Russian military intelligence, GRU, hacked into the email accounts of the Democratic National Committee and Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta. These stolen documents were strategically released through WikiLeaks and other channels to maximize political damage to Clinton. The timing of these releases often coincided with events beneficial to Trump or harmful to Clinton, such as the Access Hollywood tape scandal. Multiple investigations were launched into these activities, including the high-profile Mueller investigation led by former FBI Director Robert Mueller. While the Mueller report documented extensive Russian efforts to influence the election and numerous contacts between the Trump campaign and Russian officials, it did not establish a formal criminal conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. However, the Senate Intelligence Committee found that Russia had engaged in an extensive campaign to help Trump win the election, with assistance from some of his advisors. Throughout his presidency, Trump consistently denied or downplayed Russian interference, often characterizing investigations as a hoax or witch hunt. This stance put him at odds with the unanimous conclusions of U.S. intelligence agencies. His July 2018 press conference with Putin in Helsinki, where he appeared to side with the Russian president over U.S. intelligence assessments, prompted bipartisan criticism and led some former intelligence officials to question whether Russia might have compromising information on the former president. Vice Presidents refers to Donald Trump's selection of running mates across his presidential campaigns. The businessman first chose Mike Pence, then governor of Indiana, as his vice presidential candidate during the 2016 election. When the Republican ticket prevailed, Pence served as the 48th Vice President of the United States from January 2017 to January 2021. Pence, a former congressman and conservative Christian, was initially selected to help solidify Trump's standing with evangelical voters and traditional Republicans. Their relationship appeared functional throughout most of the administration, with the vice president frequently defending his boss's policies and decisions. However, the partnership deteriorated dramatically in the administration's final days when Pence refused to reject the certification of the 2020 election results. For his 2024 comeback campaign, the former president made the strategic decision to select J.D. Vance as his running mate. Vance, a freshman senator from Ohio and author of the memoir Hillbilly Elegy, represented a younger generation of Trump-aligned Republicans. The selection surprised many political observers who had expected the candidate to choose someone with more extensive political experience. The Vance pick demonstrated the evolution of the Trump political movement, as the young senator had once been critical of the real estate mogul before becoming a vocal supporter. Their successful campaign resulted in Vance becoming the 49th Vice President of the United States following their victory over Vice President Kamala Harris in the November 2024 election. Trump's family and marriages trace back to German and Scottish roots. The 45th and 47th president descends from Frederick Trump, a Bavarian immigrant who arrived in America in 1885, and Mary Ann MacLeod, who immigrated from Scotland in 1930. This heritage remained somewhat concealed for years, as his father Fred claimed Swedish ancestry following World War II, a narrative Donald himself repeated in his book, The Art of the Deal, before later embracing his German background. The real estate mogul has been married 3 times, beginning with Czech-born Ivana Zelníková in 1977. Their 14-year union produced 3 children, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric, all of whom would later become prominent figures in their father's business empire and political campaigns. Following their divorce in 1990, he married actress Marla Maples in 1993, with whom he had 1 daughter, Tiffany, before divorcing 6 years later. His current marriage to Slovenian-born Melania Knaus began in 2005, making her the second foreign-born First Lady in American history after Louisa Adams. Their son Barron, born in 2006, remained largely shielded from politics during his father's presidencies, despite occasional media attention. The youngest Trump child speaks both English and Slovene fluently and currently attends New York University's business school. The extended Trump family includes 10 grandchildren and connections to other notable families, including the Kushners through Ivanka's marriage to Jared. The Trump family operated as a political unit during both presidential campaigns, with his adult children serving as surrogates and advisors. Following his first election victory, Donald Jr. and Eric took control of the family business, while Ivanka and her husband accepted White House advisory positions, cementing the family's transition from real estate and entertainment into the highest levels of American politics.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
The attempted assassination in Pennsylvania occurred on July 13, 2024, when Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt while speaking at an outdoor campaign rally near Butler, Pennsylvania. The former president was wounded in his right ear when 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks fired 8 rounds from an AR-15 style rifle from a nearby building roof.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there. Right there, you see him? He's laying down, you see him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
Yeah, look. There he is.
Because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people. Criminals. We have criminals.
He's on the roof. He's right
dealers. We have people that
right
should not be here.
Right on the roof.
It's much tougher than it happens.
You went right on the roof, big guy.
Up here.
The incident resulted in one rally-goer being killed and 2 others critically injured before Crooks was shot and killed by Secret Service snipers. As shots were fired, the businessman clasped his ear and took cover behind his lectern, where Secret Service agents shielded him. As agents escorted him off stage became some of the most iconic images of his political career. He was taken to a hospital, treated, and released later that day, making his first public appearance after the shooting 2 days later at the Republican National Convention, wearing a bandage on his ear. The incident is considered the most significant security failure by the Secret Service since the attempted assassination of President Ronald Reagan in 1981. The director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, resigned after facing bipartisan calls for her removal. President Biden ordered an independent review of the security arrangements and called for a reduction in heated political rhetoric. In the aftermath, Trump credited a large immigration statistics chart with saving his life, as he had turned his head toward it just before the first shot, narrowing the profile of his skull toward the shooter. Crooks's motive remains unclear despite extensive investigation, with authorities finding explosives in his car and at his home, suggesting he may have planned a larger attack rather than solely targeting the former president. The assassination attempt led to widespread sympathy for Trump and condemnation from figures across the political spectrum, both domestically and internationally. The dramatic images of the bloodied former president defiantly raising his fist became instantly iconic, with some supporters even wearing fake ear bandages during the Republican National Convention as a show of solidarity. The Trump raised fist photographs were a series of images captured by American photojournalist Evan Vucci on July 13, 2024, moments after Donald Trump was shot. These photographs show the former president with blood streaming down his face, his right fist defiantly raised in the air, surrounded by Secret Service agents, with a prominent American flag waving in the background against a clear blue sky. In some images, his mouth is open as he shouts, "Fight!" while in others, his lips are tightly pursed. Vucci, the chief photojournalist for the Associated Press in Washington, D.C., had covered the businessman since 2015 and was one of 4 photographers positioned near the stage. When shots rang out, he instinctively moved to find a better vantage point, later recalling that he knew it was a moment in American history and it had to be documented. His experience covering wars in Afghanistan and Iraq helped him remain calm during the chaotic scene, allowing him to carefully compose these powerful images. The photographs quickly achieved iconic status, spreading widely across social media and appearing on newspaper front pages throughout the United States and abroad. Art critics and journalists compared them to historical patriotic images like raising the flag on Iwo Jima, and paintings such as "Liberty Leading the People." Many commentators predicted these photographs would become defining images in American history, with some suggesting they could influence the outcome of the 2024 presidential election. Trump himself acknowledged the power of the images, telling the New York Post, "A lot of people say it's the most iconic photo they've ever seen. They're right, and I didn't die. Usually you have to die to have an iconic picture. His campaign subsequently used the images in fundraising efforts, though some photographers privately worried about the photographs becoming photoganda that portrayed the former president as a martyr. After Trump won the presidential election in November 2024, the New York Times noted that these images of him bleeding had become the symbol of what supporters saw as a campaign of destiny. By January 2025, the photographs had inspired a 15-foot bronze statue called Don Colossus, created by sculptor Alan Cottrell and commissioned by Trump supporters for approximately $400,000. When asked about claims that his photographs helped win Trump the election, Vucci responded that he simply showed the world through his eyes professionally and fairly, adding that, for someone to vote based on a photograph is ridiculous. The Stormy Daniels scandal centers on an alleged sexual encounter in 2006 between Donald Trump and adult film actress Stormy Daniels, followed by a payment of $130,000 to her in October 2016, just before the presidential election. This payment, made by Trump's then-attorney Michael Cohn, was later characterized as hush money intended to prevent Daniels from speaking publicly about the alleged affair at a crucial moment in the presidential campaign. The story became public in January 2018 when the Wall Street Journal reported on the payment. Cohn initially denied Trump's involvement, but later admitted making the payment, which he claimed came from his own pocket. This triggered investigations into whether the payment constituted an illegal campaign contribution. Cohn eventually pleaded guilty to campaign finance violations in August 2018, stating under oath that he made the payment in coordination with and at the direction of a candidate for federal office. The scandal expanded as details emerged about how Trump allegedly reimbursed Cohn through payments disguised as legal fees. Trump initially denied knowledge of the payment, but later acknowledged that Cohn had been reimbursed through monthly retainer payments. The whole affair became part of a broader pattern involving similar payments to other women, including Playboy model Karen McDougal. In March 2023, a Manhattan grand jury indicted the former president on 34 counts of falsifying business records related to the scandal. This marked the first criminal indictment of a former U.S. president in American history. The case went to trial in 2024, and on May 30th, 2024, a jury found Trump guilty on all counts, making him the first former U.S. president to become a convicted felon. Throughout the scandal, both Daniels and the businessman maintained their respective positions. Daniels insisting the affair occurred and that she was paid to stay silent, while Trump denied both the affair and directing the payment, though he eventually acknowledged reimbursing Cohn for it. The case received extraordinary media attention, not only for its salacious details, but also for its significant legal and political implications. Truth Social was launched in February 2022 as Donald Trump's own social media platform, following his ban from mainstream platforms like Twitter and Facebook after the January 6th Capitol attack. The former president created this alternative through his media company, Trump Media and Technology Group, describing it as a big tent platform without political censorship that would allow for free expression. The platform closely resembles Twitter in its functionality, with posts called truths and reposts called retruths. Despite marketing itself as a free speech haven, Truth Social has faced criticism for its content moderation practices, with reports of banning accounts that discussed the January 6th hearings or posted content about abortion. The platform also initially had terms of service forbidding users from disparaging Truth Social itself. Financial struggles have plagued the businessman's social media venture from the beginning. By November 2023, Truth Social had reportedly accumulated losses between $31 and $60 million, with regulatory filings showing substantial doubt about its ability to remain in business. The platform finally went public in March 2024 through a merger with Digital World Acquisition Corporation, trading under the stock symbol DJT on NASDAQ. Despite these challenges, the platform has served as Trump's primary social media outlet since 2022. He has used it to make controversial statements, including a December 2022 post suggesting election fraud allows for the termination of constitutional rules. The platform has also attracted attention for hosting extremist content, with verified accounts given to figures banned from mainstream platforms and instances of users posting violent threats that led to real-world incidents. As of early 2024, Truth Social's user base remained relatively small compared to mainstream platforms, with SimilarWeb estimating around 5 million visitors per month and approximately 1 million active US users, significantly lower than competitors like Twitter, X, and Reddit.
You claim to be like me. The difference is I work hard. You've been lazy. You've been nothing but trouble. Michael, yes. Michael, yes, sir. You're fired.
The Apprentice was an American reality television series that aired on NBC from 2004 to 2017, created by British producer Mark Burnett and co-produced with Donald Trump. Billed as the ultimate job interview, the show featured aspiring business people competing for a one-year contract worth $250,000 to work for one of Trump's companies. The program became known for its dramatic boardroom scenes, where contestants faced elimination with Trump's now infamous catchphrase, "You're fired." The show's format divided contestants into two corporations that completed business-related tasks such as selling products, fundraising, or creating advertising campaigns. Project managers led each task, with the losing team attending a boardroom meeting where Trump and his advisors, initially Carolyn Kepcher and George Ross, later joined by his children Ivanka, Donald Jr., and Eric, would determine who contributed least and eliminate them from the competition. The series was tremendously successful, with Trump reportedly earning $214 million from 14 seasons, plus additional revenue from product licensing as his brand gained value. According to the businessman himself, he was initially skeptical about reality television, considering it for the bottom feeders of society, but Burnett convinced him to appear as himself, a successful entrepreneur with a luxurious lifestyle. Behind the scenes, the show's portrayal of Trump as a business genius was heavily manufactured. Bill Pruitt, a producer from the first two seasons who spoke out after his non-disclosure agreement expired in 2024, revealed that Trump often struggled to put together coherent sentences about business tasks and frequently forgot contestants' names. Post-production editing enhanced his dialogue and fed him lines to make him appear articulate and concise. Even the glamorous boardroom was an artificial set constructed in vacant Trump Tower retail space rented from the future president. The Apprentice significantly contributed to Trump's public persona, helping build a favorable image with many viewers that boosted his credibility as a leader during his 2016 presidential campaign. After his controversial comments about Mexican immigrants during his presidential campaign announcement in 2015, NBC fired Trump from the show. Actor and former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger briefly took over hosting duties for the final season, which aired in January 2017. This phrase, Covfefe, became one of the most memorable social media moments of Donald Trump's presidency when he tweeted, "Despite the constant negative press Covfefe," shortly after midnight on May 31st, 2017. The incomplete tweet containing this mysterious non-word remained online for 6 hours before the former president deleted it, by which time it had already been retweeted more than 105,000 times and received over 148,000 likes. Rather than acknowledging a simple typing error, Trump followed up with another tweet asking, "Who can figure out the true meaning of Covfefe?" His press secretary Sean Spicer doubled down on this approach, telling reporters that the president and a small group of people know exactly what he meant. The word quickly became a cultural phenomenon, generating millions of social media posts, merchandise including t-shirts and coffee mugs, and even inspired 40 unsuccessful trademark applications. The businessman's peculiar tweet spawned lasting cultural influences beyond internet memes. A successful racehorse was named after it, winning several major races and earning more than $1 million in prize money. JP Morgan Chase created the Volfefe Index, combining volatility and Covfefe to measure how the president's tweets affected United States bond yields. Even a piece of proposed legislation called the Covfefe Act was introduced to Congress, which would have required the preservation of presidential social media posts. Trump himself referenced the meme again in 2018 during a White House video about the Yanny or Laurel auditory illusion, joking, "I hear Covfefe," a rare moment of the notoriously stubborn politician acknowledging one of his most famous online blunders. Over the years, the term has become shorthand for social media mistakes and is often invoked when discussing gaffes made by public figures, cementing its place in modern political lexicon despite its nonsensical origins. Banning TikTok became a significant controversy during the Trump administration when the former president announced in July 2020 that he was considering banning the Chinese social media platform, viewing it as a national security threat. The businessman signed executive orders in August 2020 that would ban TikTok in the United States if its parent company ByteDance didn't sell the app to an American company within 45 days. The attempted ban was viewed by many as politically motivated, with critics suggesting it was retaliation for TikTok users pranking his Tulsa campaign rally by reserving tickets they had no intention of using. Others pointed to legitimate security concerns about the app's data collection practices and Chinese ownership. TikTok responded by filing lawsuits challenging the orders, arguing they violated due process rights and failed to provide evidence of actual security threats. After Trump left office, the Biden administration rescinded his executive orders but continued scrutiny of the platform. By late 2022, however, many officials who had opposed Trump's attempted ban began to change their perspectives, with Democratic Senator Mark Warner notably stating that, "If Donald Trump was right and we could have taken action then, that'd have been a heck of a lot easier than trying to take action in November of 2022. In a surprising reversal during his 2024 presidential campaign, the real estate mogul changed his position on banning TikTok, arguing that while security concerns should be addressed, an outright ban would only empower Facebook, which he labeled the enemy of the people. This shift came shortly after he met with Jeff Yass, a Republican donor with significant financial stake in ByteDance. Despite this, Congress ultimately passed bipartisan legislation in April 2024 that would effectively ban TikTok by 2025 unless sold from its parent company. The Trump baby, sometimes called Baby Trump, refers to an inflatable caricature of Donald Trump that first gained prominence during his official visit to the United Kingdom in 2018. This 6-meter, 20-foot tall helium-filled plastic inflatable depicts the former president as an angry orange baby with a snarling mouth, tiny hands, wearing a diaper, and holding a smartphone. Created as a form of political protest, the balloon was designed by Matt Bonner and constructed by Imagine Inflatables of Leicester after a crowdfunding campaign raised £16,000 to cover its creation and deployment. One of the organizers, Max Wakefield, described the balloon protest as a response to the rise of far-right politics that dehumanizes people in order to get into power, while attempting to introduce some good British humor into political discourse. Leo Murray, who led the campaign, wrote in its crowdfunding statement that they wanted to ensure Trump knew all of Britain is looking down on him and laughing at him during his visit. Wakefield noted that mockery was the only effective way to make an impact with the businessman, as you can't engage him in any kind of argument, it never gets anywhere. The balloon's first flight required permission from multiple authorities, including the Greater London Authority, Metropolitan Police, and National Air Traffic Service, as it would be flown in restricted airspace over Parliament Square. When granted permission, it was allowed to fly tethered up to 30 meters high for a maximum of 2 hours. Upon learning about the balloon, the former president remarked, "I guess when they put out blimps to make me feel unwelcome, no reason for me to go to London." After its initial London appearance, the Trump baby balloon traveled to Edinburgh, Scotland, where it was flown over the Meadows, a public park near the city centre. It later made appearances at various locations, including outside London's O2 Arena, during a Pearl Jam concert. Several museums, including the British Museum and the Museum of London, expressed interest in acquiring the original balloon for their collections, with the Museum of London eventually acquiring it in January 2021. The concept expanded globally as activists in multiple countries created their own versions of the balloon. In the United States, a group from New Jersey raised nearly $24,000 to purchase 6 baby Trump balloons that could be adopted by groups for events across the country. These replicas have appeared in numerous U.S. locations including Florida, Michigan, California, Chicago, New York, and Washington, as well as internationally in France, Argentina, Ireland, and Denmark. During one appearance in Tuscaloosa, Alabama in November 2019, the balloon was damaged when a protester slashed it at a college football game attended by the former president. Roy Cohn was an American lawyer who first gained notoriety as a prosecutor during the Rosenberg espionage trial and as Senator Joseph McCarthy's chief counsel during the Army McCarthy hearings in the 1950s. In the late 70s and early 80s, he became a prominent legal and political fixer in New York City, where he represented and mentored Donald Trump during the businessman's early career. Trump and Cohn's relationship began in 1973 when the Justice Department accused the future president of violating the Fair Housing Act in 39 of his properties. Representing the young real estate developer, Cohn filed an aggressive $100 million countersuit against the government, calling the charges irresponsible and baseless. Although the countersuit failed and Trump eventually settled, this aggressive approach became a blueprint for how the former president would handle legal challenges throughout his career. Cohn taught Trump his now famous playbook: never admit defeat, counterattack relentlessly, and claim victory regardless of the outcome. According to those who knew them, Trump phoned Cohn 15 to 20 times a day during their association, and Cohn reportedly referred to the businessman as his best friend. Their relationship was so significant that Trump was the last person to speak to Cohn by phone before his death from AIDS-related complications in 1986. Despite his influence on Trump, Cohn's own legal career ended in disgrace when he was disbarred in 1986 for unethical conduct, including misappropriation of clients' funds and falsifying a will. His reputation for ruthlessness and unscrupulous tactics made him both feared and despised in legal circles, with one Esquire profile describing him as the toughest, meanest, loyalist, vilest, and one of the most brilliant lawyers in America. Many observers have noted the lasting impact of Cohn's mentorship on Trump's approach to business, politics, and publicity. As Vanity Fair writer Marie Brenner observed, Cohn really paved the way for Trump and set him up with the right people, including introducing him to figures like Paul Manafort and Roger Stone, who would later play crucial roles in his political career. The phrase, "Where's my Roy Cohn?" reportedly uttered by the former president during moments of legal crisis, has become shorthand for his desire for attack dog loyalty in his attorneys.
We had a trial today. It's an appeal, a ridiculous verdict of a woman I have never met. I don't know. I have no idea who she is. She wrote a book and she made a ridiculous story up. She put it in her book. But as far as I know, I never met her. I never touched her. I would have had no interest in meeting her in any way, shape, or form.
Since the 1970s, at least 26 women have publicly made allegations of inappropriate behavior against Donald Trump, including serious misconduct, unwanted advances, and inappropriate behavior at beauty pageant events. The businessman has consistently denied all allegations, stating they were politically motivated claims designed to harm his reputation and presidential campaign. The allegations received significant public attention in October 2016 when a 2005 Access Hollywood recording was released. In this unguarded moment, the future president was heard making extremely inappropriate comments about his behavior toward women.
She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy.
The recording prompted his first public apology of the campaign and caused widespread criticism across the political spectrum.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the...
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true.
Several high-profile cases have resulted in legal proceedings. In May 2023, a New York jury found him liable for inappropriate conduct and defamation against writer E. Jean Carroll, ordering him to pay $5 million in damages. In January 2024, he was ordered to pay Carroll an additional $83.3 million in a subsequent defamation case. The president's ex-wife Ivana Trump once made allegations during their 1990 divorce proceedings regarding a 1989 incident, though she later withdrew these claims before his presidential campaign. Other notable accusers include former Apprentice contestant Summer Zervos, businesswoman Jill Harth, and several former Miss USA and Miss Teen USA contestants who alleged he entered dressing rooms while they were in various states of undress. His responses to these allegations have followed a consistent pattern: categorical denial, questioning the accuser's credibility and motives, suggesting political conspiracy, and threatening legal action. In October 2016, he stated he would pursue legal action against all accusers after the election, though he never followed through with this statement. The White House officially maintained that all accusers were not telling the truth, with then Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders stating in 2017, "We've been clear on that from the beginning." Rhetoric and vernacular defines Donald Trump's unique communication style, which has become one of his most recognizable characteristics throughout his business career and presidencies. The former president employs a distinctly populist approach marked by simple language, repetitive phrasing, and liberal use of superlatives that linguists and political analysts have extensively studied. His rhetoric typically frames issues in absolute terms, using words like totally, completely, and forever to create black and white scenarios that resonate with his base. The businessman's signature verbal style includes frequent deployment of superlatives, describing things as the best, the greatest, or the worst ever, which creates memorable sound bites that stick with audiences. He often refers to himself as the most successful person ever, or describes his accomplishments as tremendous and incredible, while labeling opponents as total disasters or complete losers. This absolutist framing serves to simplify complex issues into easily digestible narratives of winning versus losing, us versus them. By 2024, analysts noted that his rally speeches had grown significantly longer, averaging 82 minutes compared to 45 minutes in 2016, with increased use of negative language and profanity. The real estate mogul himself dubbed his rambling, tangential speaking style the weave, insisting it represented intentional oratorical brilliance rather than disorganized thinking. This approach allows him to shift positions and contradict himself, sometimes within the same speech, giving audiences the ability to select which statements align with their beliefs. Trump's vernacular has spawned countless Trumpisms, distinctive phrases and verbal tics that have become cultural touchstones. These include signature catchphrases like "Make America Great Again," "Fake News," "Witch Hunt," and his tendency to add "believe me" or "many people are saying" to assertions. His speaking style prioritizes emotional connection and crowd reaction over precision, using repetition and simple vocabulary that typically stays at a 4th or 5th grade reading level, making his message accessible to broad audiences. The polarizing nature of his rhetoric serves as both his greatest political strength and most significant liability. Supporters view his unfiltered communication as refreshing authenticity that breaks from political correctness, while critics argue it normalizes falsehoods and inflammatory language. Either way, his distinctive verbal style has fundamentally altered American political discourse, introducing a more combative and emotional approach to public communication that continues to influence how politicians connect with their audiences. The conspiracy theories promoted entry describes one of the most distinctive aspects of Donald Trump's political career: his frequent endorsement and amplification of various conspiracies and unproven or debunked claims. The 45th and 47th U.S. president has, throughout his time in public life, promoted numerous conspiracy theories spanning politics, medicine, science, and international affairs. The businessman's relationship with conspiracy thinking began prominently with his championing of birtherism, the false claim that Barack Obama was not born in the United States. Though he later retracted this assertion, it established a pattern that would continue throughout his political career. He would go on to promote theories about the Clintons being involved in murders, Joe Biden staging Osama bin Laden's death, and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau secretly being Fidel Castro's son. During his presidency, the former reality TV star frequently referenced a shadowy deep state working against his administration and endorsed QAnon adherents. His rhetoric around elections has been particularly notable, with claims of widespread voter fraud before, during, and after both the 2016 and 2020 contests. These assertions culminated in the Stop the Steal movement that preceded the January 6th Capitol events. Beyond politics, the New York businessman has pushed numerous scientific conspiracy theories, including claims that vaccines cause autism, wind turbines cause cancer, and that global warming was created by and for the Chinese. He has also promoted theories targeting ethnic and religious groups, including false statistics about crime rates and allegations about Muslims celebrating terrorist attacks. The real estate developer's relationship with conspiracy theorists has been equally notable. He has hosted or endorsed individuals like Alex Jones of InfoWars, Sidney Powell, who claimed an international communist plot rigged the 2020 election, and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. This willingness to amplify fringe voices has remained a consistent feature of his public persona throughout his political career. Muslim ban refers to Executive Order 13769, officially titled Protecting the Nation from Foreign Terrorist Entry into the United States, which was signed by Donald Trump just 7 days after his inauguration in January 2017. The controversial order suspended entry of all refugees to the United States for 120 days, indefinitely halted the admission of Syrian refugees, and banned entry for 90 days for citizens from 7 predominantly Muslim countries: Iran, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. Though the administration insisted it wasn't targeting Muslims specifically, the former president's own campaign rhetoric undermined this claim. During his campaign, he had explicitly called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States, creating a direct connection between the campaign promise and the subsequent policy. The businessman later adjusted his language, saying, "Call it whatever you want. We'll call it territories, okay?" A statement later cited in court challenges. The implementation of the order caused immediate chaos at airports nationwide, with travelers detained and families separated. Over 700 travelers were held at ports of entry, and as many as 60,000 visas were provisionally revoked. Massive protests erupted across the country, with demonstrators gathering at major airports to oppose what they viewed as discriminatory policy. Legal challenges followed swiftly, with nearly 50 cases filed in federal courts within the first 4 days. Federal courts quickly intervened, with Judge James Robart issuing a nationwide temporary restraining order blocking major portions of the executive order. Despite the administration's appeals, the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit unanimously upheld the restraining order. The original order was eventually replaced by Executive Order 13780 in March 2017, which removed Iraq from the list and made other modifications to withstand legal scrutiny. After multiple iterations and legal challenges, a version of the travel restrictions was ultimately upheld by the Supreme Court in 2018 in a 5-4 decision. On his first day in office in January 2021, President Joe Biden revoked the policy through Presidential Proclamation 10141. However, upon returning to office in 2025, Trump signed Executive Order 14161, which critics described as reviving and expanding the original travel ban concept. The United States federal government shutdown of 2018 to 2019 stands as the longest in American history, lasting 35 days from December 22, 2018 until January 25, 2019. This unprecedented closure occurred when the then-president refused to sign any appropriations bill that didn't include $5.7 billion for a wall along the U.S.-Mexico border, one of his signature campaign promises. During an Oval Office meeting with Democratic leaders Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer on December 11th, Trump famously declared, "I am proud to shut down the government for border security. I will be the one to shut it down." I'm not going to blame you for it. Despite this pronouncement, he later attempted to shift responsibility to Democrats when the shutdown actually began. The impasse affected 9 executive departments, with approximately 800,000 federal employees either furloughed or required to work without pay. As weeks passed, federal workers struggled to pay bills, visited food banks, and some even resorted to selling personal possessions. The shutdown's economic impact was staggering, with the Congressional Budget Office later estimating it cost the American economy at least $11 billion. Public opinion polls consistently showed that a majority of Americans opposed exploiting the shutdown as a negotiating strategy and placed blame primarily on the former president. A CBS News poll found that 71% of Americans considered the border wall not worth the shutdown. As pressure mounted and air traffic controllers began calling in sick, affecting flights at major airports, Trump finally agreed to sign a 3-week funding measure without wall funding on January 25th. 1 month after the government reopened, Trump declared a national emergency to divert military funding toward the wall construction, attempting to bypass Congress entirely. This controversial move faced immediate legal challenges, but illustrated the businessman's determination to fulfill his campaign promise by any means necessary, even after the bruising political defeat of the shutdown. The residences of Donald Trump span multiple luxurious properties across the United States and beyond, reflecting the real estate mogul's wealth and distinctive taste. His primary residences have shifted throughout his life, from his childhood home in Queens to his current official residence at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. The businessman grew up in Jamaica Estates, an affluent neighborhood in Queens, New York City, first at a 6-bedroom Tudor-style house on Wareham Place until age 4, then moving to a larger 23-room mansion his father built on Midland Parkway. These formative years in comfortable surroundings foreshadowed his later penchant for luxurious living spaces. Perhaps most iconic among his residences is the 3-story penthouse at Trump Tower in Manhattan, which served as his primary residence from November 1983 until September 2019. The 11,000-square-foot dwelling features gold-trimmed furniture, marble floors, frescoed ceilings, crystal chandeliers, estimated to be worth approximately $64 million in 2017. In 2019, the former president officially changed his primary residence to Mar-a-Lago, his Palm Beach resort and private club. This move sparked controversy due to a 1993 agreement he signed with the town of Palm Beach that changed the property's designation from a single-family residence to a private club, with stipulations that guests, including himself, could not stay there for more than 3 non-consecutive weeks per year. Beyond these primary residences, he owns numerous other properties, including a villa at Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, designated as his 3rd presidential residence in 2017, a 28,000-square-foot mansion on 200 acres in Bedford and Newcastle, New York, known as Seven Springs, and multiple apartments in Trump-branded buildings across Manhattan. During his presidencies, of course, he also resided at the White House, where he began living again on January 20th, 2025, after winning the 2024 election. The real estate magnate's former residences included a Greenwich mansion purchased for $4 million in 1982, later awarded to Ivana Trump in their 1991 divorce, a Manhattan penthouse at the Phoenix with large panoramic windows, a Beverly Hills property sold in 2019, and a residence at Trump Vineyard Estates featuring a 45-room, 23,000-square-foot mansion. These numerous residences showcase not only his substantial wealth, but also his evolving tastes and lifestyle throughout different phases of his life and career. The Mueller report, officially titled Report on the Investigation into Russian Interference in the 2016 Presidential Election, documented the findings of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's investigation into Russian efforts to interfere in the election and possible connections to the Trump campaign. Submitted to Attorney General William Barr on March 22, 2019, the 448-page document was released to the public with redactions about a month later. The report was divided into 2 volumes, with the first focusing on Russian interference and the second addressing possible obstruction of justice by the businessman. While the investigation, did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government, Mueller noted that investigators had an incomplete picture due partly to communications that were encrypted, deleted, or not saved, along with testimony that was false or incomplete. Volume 2 examined whether the former president obstructed justice, identifying 10 potential episodes where he may have done so, including his firing of FBI Director James Comey. Notably, the report explicitly stated that while it does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. The special counsel notably adhered to Department of Justice policy that a sitting president cannot be indicted. Upon learning of Mueller's appointment, he reportedly exclaimed to then Attorney General Jeff Sessions, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency. I'm fucked." This candid reaction, documented in the report, became one of its most quoted passages in media coverage. The investigation ultimately resulted in 34 indictments, including several former members of his campaign team. The report concluded that Russian interference occurred in sweeping and systematic fashion and was welcomed by his campaign, which expected to benefit from such efforts. Despite being characterized by some supporters as a complete and total exoneration, the document actually left many questions unanswered and referred to Congress its constitutional authority to address presidential misconduct through impeachment proceedings.
First up here, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will lead a new agency, he says, the Department of Government Efficiency, also known as DOGE. Yes, DOGE, just like the Musk-friendly, dog-themed cryptocurrency, focusing on cutting government spending.
The Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, emerged as one of the most controversial initiatives of Trump's second administration. Established by executive order on January 20th, 2025, this entity was tasked with eliminating what Trump characterized as waste, fraud, and abuse in federal spending. The acronym deliberately referenced the Dogecoin cryptocurrency meme that Musk had long promoted. Elon Musk's role within DOGE created significant legal confusion. While Trump repeatedly declared that Musk headed DOGE, the White House simultaneously denied in media statements and court filings that Musk was making government decisions, insisting he was merely a senior advisor. This contradiction became a central issue in multiple lawsuits, with federal judges eventually declaring Musk the de facto leader of DOGE. DOGE's operations reflected Musk's characteristic style of disruption. The organization gained unprecedented access to government data systems, surveilled federal workers for political loyalty, orchestrated mass layoffs, and systematically dismantled diversity initiatives. DOGE teams embedded within federal agencies utilized aggressive tactics to gain control of databases containing sensitive information on American citizens, while whistleblowers alleged attempts to build a comprehensive master database. The initiative faced substantial legal challenges, with critics arguing it constituted a constitutional crisis. Musk's continued ownership of companies receiving billions in government contracts, while simultaneously working to slash the regulatory agencies overseeing those same companies, created obvious conflicts of interest. Despite promising transparency, DOGE sought exemption from public disclosure rules and operated with remarkable secrecy. DOGE's claimed financial savings proved difficult to verify. Musk initially promised $2 trillion in cuts, later reducing his estimate to $1 trillion, then to just $150 billion. Independent analysis found that DOGE's accounting contained significant discrepancies, with many claimed savings coming from contracts that were already obligated or yielded no actual cost reduction. By April 2025, the organization had shifted its focus from budget cuts to extensive data collection efforts, raising serious privacy concerns. Donald Trump's relationship to fascism has been a subject of significant academic and political debate throughout his political career. Critics have drawn comparisons between the former president and fascist leaders, pointing to his authoritarian rhetoric, nationalist agenda, and actions during his administration. According to an October 2024 ABC News and Ipsos poll, nearly half of registered voters considered him to be a fascist. The businessman's rhetoric has particularly fueled these comparisons, with his descriptions of immigrants as poisoning the blood of our country, drawing parallels to language found in Hitler's Mein Kampf. His references to political enemies as vermin who need to be rooted out similarly echo terminology used by historical fascist regimes. Several historians noted these linguistic patterns as concerning departures from traditional American political discourse. Former high-ranking officials who worked closely with Trump have contributed to this characterization. His former chief of staff John Kelly stated that the 45th president certainly met the definition of a fascist, while former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley described him as fascist to the core. These assessments from individuals who worked directly with him lent significant weight to the debate. Critics of the comparison argue that Trump lacks certain key ideological components essential to historical fascism. Some scholars contend he represents a different form of authoritarianism or populism rather than fascism proper. They point out that while exhibiting concerning tendencies toward democratic backsliding, his administration did not establish the totalitarian control characteristic of fascist regimes of the mid-20th century. The January 6th attack on the Capitol served as a flashpoint in this discussion, with some experts who had previously resisted the fascist label reconsidering their position. Robert Paxton, a prominent political scientist specializing in fascism, changed his view following the events, noting similarities to historical fascist movements' attempts to seize power through both legal and extra-legal means.
New reporting here after that unprecedented FBI search at the home of former President Trump at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Sources telling ABC News the search is related to allegations the former president improperly removed documents when he left the White House. They were brought to Mar-a-Lago, including classified material. And it wasn't the first time federal agents had been to Mar-a-Lago, their first visit in the spring.
The Mar-a-Lago raid occurred on August 8, 2022, when FBI agents executed a search warrant at the former president's Palm Beach, Florida residence. This unprecedented action marked the first time in American history that a former president's home had been searched by federal law enforcement as part of a criminal investigation. The search was authorized by U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland and approved by Magistrate Judge Bruce Reinhart following a criminal referral from the National Archives and Records Administration. The FBI's investigation centered on 3 potential federal criminal violations: unauthorized retention of national defense information under the Espionage Act, destroying or concealing records to obstruct government activity, and illegal removal of federal government records. During the 8-hour search, agents recovered over 13,000 government documents, including 103 with classified markings, 18 labeled top secret, 54 marked secret, and 31 designated confidential. Some documents reportedly contained sensitive nuclear information and intelligence related to national security interests. The businessman had initially returned 15 boxes of materials to the National Archives in January 2022, but federal authorities believed he was still withholding classified documents. After a grand jury subpoena in May 2022 failed to secure all classified materials, investigators obtained a search warrant. In the weeks before the raid, surveillance footage showed Trump aide Walt Nauta moving boxes in and out of a storage room at the Florida property, raising concerns about potential obstruction. The search sparked intense political fallout, with the former president and his supporters claiming it was politically motivated. He alternately suggested the FBI might have planted evidence, claimed all documents had been declassified through a standing order, and falsely accused former President Obama of taking millions of classified pages. The incident led to a surge in violent rhetoric against law enforcement officials, culminating in an armed attack on an FBI field office in Cincinnati, Ohio, 3 days after the raid. On June 8, 2023, the real estate mogul was indicted on 37 felony counts related to his handling of classified documents. He pleaded not guilty to all charges. The case was later dismissed by Judge Aileen Cannon on July 15, 2024, who ruled that special counsel Jack Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. Following Trump's election to a second term as president in November 2024, Smith dropped his appeal of the dismissal, and the Justice Department returned the seized materials to Trump in February 2025. The Art of the Deal was Donald Trump's first book, published in 1987 and co-written with journalist Tony Schwartz. The memoir and business advice book played a crucial role in transforming the businessman into a household name across America. It reached #1 on the New York Times bestseller list, maintaining that position for 13 weeks and appearing on the list for a total of 48 weeks. The former president has frequently cited it as one of his proudest accomplishments and his second favorite book after the Bible. However, behind the scenes, the book's creation was more complicated than its public image suggested. Schwartz, who received half the royalties, later expressed deep regret about his involvement, calling it the greatest mistake of his life. He revealed that his motivation for taking on the project was purely financial, as he needed money to support his new family. According to Schwartz and Howard Kaminsky, the book's original publisher, Trump played virtually no role in writing the manuscript. When traditional interviews proved unproductive, Schwartz resorted to listening in on Trump's office phone calls for several months to capture his business style. This unusual approach provided material for the book's first chapter, Dealing: A Week in the Life, which later became a blueprint for future celebrity autobiographies. By 2016, Schwartz had received approximately $1.6 million in royalty payments, which he began donating to immigrants' rights organizations. The book has remained financially successful even decades after publication, with Trump's financial disclosures for 2018 revealing it as the only title among his dozen-plus authored books that continued to generate significant income, earning over $1 million that year. Despite Trump's claim during his presidential campaign that it was the #1 selling business book of all time, fact-checkers determined this assertion was false. When compared to other famous business books, The Art of the Deal ranked 5th in sales, with Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People outselling it by a factor of 15. The book nonetheless left an indelible mark on American business culture and helped establish the public persona that would later carry its author to the White House. Donald Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, has employed several pseudonyms throughout his career, a practice that became something of an open secret in New York media circles and within the Trump organization. These alternate identities allowed him to communicate with the media while maintaining a degree of separation from his statements. The most well-documented pseudonym Trump used was John Barron, sometimes spelled Barron, which first appeared in May 1980 when a supposed vice president of Trump Organization commented on rumors about a potential World Trade Center purchase. Throughout the 1980s, Barron frequently served as Trump's spokesperson, defending controversial decisions like the destruction of promised sculptures and inflating Trump's wealth to reporters. The pseudonym's usage continued until 1990, when Trump was compelled to testify under oath that he had indeed used the name. In 1991, Trump adopted another alias, John Miller, when speaking to a People magazine reporter about his personal life following his divorce from Ivana Trump. The reporter and others who heard the tape believed it was unmistakably Trump's voice, though he later denied this when the Washington Post obtained the recording in 2016. A 1992 letter to New York Magazine signed by Carolyn Gallego, purportedly Trump's secretary, also raised suspicions of being written by Trump himself due to its distinctive language patterns. More recently, David Dennison appeared as Trump's pseudonym in non-disclosure agreements with adult film actress Stormy Daniels and Playboy model Shara Betchard regarding alleged extramarital affairs. These agreements were arranged by his former lawyer Michael Cohn prior to the 2016 election. Trump's use of pseudonyms has since become part of popular culture, appearing in satirical Twitter accounts and comics like Reuben Bowling's Donald and John, A Boy and His Imaginary Publicist, which parodies the relationship between Trump and his alter ego in the style of Calvin and Hobbes. The Home Alone 2 cameo appears early in the film when Macaulay Culkin's character Kevin McAllister finds himself alone in New York City. While exploring the lavish Plaza Hotel, Kevin encounters Donald Trump, who briefly appears as himself.
Excuse me, where's the lobby?
Down the hall and to the left.
Thanks.
In this fleeting moment, Kevin asks for directions to the lobby, and Trump points him the right way. The scene lasts only a few seconds, but has become one of the most discussed minor celebrity appearances in cinema history. The cameo wasn't originally planned as a significant moment, but came about because Trump owned the Plaza Hotel at the time of filming in 1992. He allegedly allowed the production to film on his property under the condition that he would make an appearance in the final cut. The former businessman, years before his political career, was already cultivating his public image through various media appearances and cameos. Over time, this brief scene has gained considerable attention, especially after he entered politics. During his presidency, he occasionally referenced the appearance, once telling troops during a Christmas video call that the film was one of the biggest Christmas movies and that people still talk about his scene. Many viewers who rewatch the holiday classic now express surprise when suddenly spotting the future president in this nostalgic 90s film. The scene has become so embedded in popular culture that when a Canadian broadcaster cut the cameo from their airing of the film in 2019, it sparked controversy. CBC explained that the edit was made years earlier to accommodate commercial time, not for political reasons, but many viewers and Trump supporters saw it as politically motivated. Trump himself commented on the edit on Twitter, jokingly suggesting that Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was behind the decision. What makes this cameo particularly interesting is how its perception has evolved over decades. What was once just another celebrity appearance by a well-known New York real estate developer transformed into a cultural talking point as his public persona dramatically shifted. Film historians now cite it as an example of how context can completely change the audience's relationship with seemingly insignificant movie moments.
Mr. and Mrs. Donald Trump. It's the Donald! Oh my God!
Hi, Dad, it's me. You're gonna be so proud of me. I'm gonna win this race.
Waldo, you're the best son money can buy.
Thanks, Dad.
Well, without Derek Zoolander, male modeling wouldn't be what it is today.
Okay, kids, make it fast. I've got a plane to catch.
We've created a magazine. Mr. Trump, we give you
Sketchy.
Look, folks, before we go too far, I've got something to tell you.
Excuse me, but I've got something to tell you first. Thank you for ruining my life.
Ashley!
What did we do?
Everybody's always blaming me for everything.
They have a problem. Everybody wants it. They're screaming, dance, dance.
My wife, the first lady, hates when I do this. She said, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, but people like it.
The Trump dance emerged as a distinctive cultural phenomenon originating from Donald Trump's characteristic movements during his political rallies. The former president would typically sway his hips side to side while throwing rhythmic, subdued fist pumps in the air, creating what became an instantly recognizable dance routine. This signature set of moves gained significant attention during his 2024 presidential campaign, eventually evolving into a widely recognized symbol beyond political contexts. The performance is almost always accompanied by the Village People's classic hit, YMCA, which Trump himself has referred to as the gay national anthem. In late 2024, he added a pantomime golf swing to his repertoire, sparking waves of reactions across social media platforms. The simple yet distinctive choreography made it easy for supporters and even non-political figures to imitate. Perhaps most surprisingly, the Trump dance found its way into professional sports celebrations. NFL players like Brock Bowers, Calvin Ridley, and Nick Bosa incorporated the moves into their touchdown celebrations. The National Football League officially announced they wouldn't penalize players for performing the dance during games. The trend spread to soccer fields as well, with U.S. team captain Christian Pulisic using it after scoring against Jamaica, though he later clarified, "It's not a political dance, it was just for fun." The cultural impact extended beyond American borders, with international figures like Argentina's President Javier Milei performing the dance at Mar-a-Lago in a video that quickly went viral. Meanwhile, YMCA experienced an astonishing commercial revival, appearing on Billboard charts for the first time in 47 years and reportedly generating millions in revenue. While supporters view the dance as lighthearted entertainment reflecting his broader cultural influence, Critics express concern about its potential to inject political symbolism into traditionally apolitical spaces like sporting events. The Apprentice film depicts Donald Trump's rise in New York real estate during the 1970s and 80s, focusing on his mentorship under notorious attorney Roy Cohn. Released in October 2024, this independent biographical drama stars Sebastian Stan as the young businessman and Jeremy Strong as Cohn, with both actors receiving Academy Award nominations for their performances. The film portrays how Cohn taught Trump his infamous 3 rules: always attack, never admit wrongdoing, and always claim victory, even in defeat. Despite earning critical acclaim and an 8-minute standing ovation at the Cannes Film Festival, the movie struggled to find American distribution. Trump's legal team attempted to block its release, with the former president describing it as a defamatory, politically disgusting hatchet job intended to harm his 2024 presidential campaign. The controversy intensified when billionaire Dan Snyder, who had initially invested in what he thought would be a positive portrayal, sold his stake after viewing the final cut. The film includes several controversial scenes that sparked debate, including depictions of Trump abusing amphetamines for weight loss, undergoing cosmetic procedures, and a violent encounter with his first wife Ivana based on divorce deposition records. Director Ali Abbasi later offered to screen the film for Trump himself, believing he might actually approve of the portrayal. Despite the controversies, the movie ultimately grossed $17 million on a $16 million budget. The Apprentice received praise from critics, particularly for Strong's portrayal of Roy Cohn, with Roger Stone, a longtime Trump associate who appears as a character in the film, tweeting, "I knew Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn was a friend of mine. As much as I hate to say it, this guy deserves an Oscar." The film earned multiple award nominations, including nods at the Golden Globes, BAFTAs, and Academy Awards, cementing its place as one of the most talked-about political biopics of 2024. The Springfield pet-eating hoax began in September 2024 when false claims spread online, alleging that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, were stealing and eating local pets. What started as an unverified Facebook post quickly gained traction in far-right circles before being amplified to national prominence when Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance and presidential candidate Donald Trump promoted the baseless allegations. During the September 10th presidential debate, the former president made the widely ridiculed claim that in Springfield, immigrants were eating the dogs and eating the cats, despite local law enforcement confirming no credible reports existed.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
When moderator David Mueller attempted to fact-check these statements, Trump pressed forward with the unfounded accusations, which continued to be a talking point at his rallies in the following weeks. The hoax had serious consequences for Springfield, where bomb threats targeting schools, hospitals, and public buildings followed the national attention, often accompanied by anti-Haitian messages. The city's Republican mayor Rob Rue publicly stated that the federal politicians spreading these rumors were hurting our city, while Ohio's Republican governor Mike DeWine called the claims a piece of garbage that is simply not true. This incident represented a modern revival of xenophobic tropes that have targeted immigrant communities in America for over a century. Similar false accusations about eating household pets were used against Asian immigrants in the late 19th century during the era of the Chinese Exclusion Act. When questioned about the factual basis of the claims, Senator Vance admitted, "If I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do." The pet-eating hoax became so notorious that it was named PolitiFact's Lie of the Year for 2024, with fact-checkers universally debunking the claims. Despite this, polls showed that over half of Trump supporters believed the allegations were definitely or probably true, demonstrating how quickly misinformation can spread when amplified by political leaders with large platforms. In 2014, this social media challenge swept across the internet, inviting participants to either donate to ALS research or dump a bucket of ice water over their heads. though many chose to do both. Trump participated in the challenge after being nominated by several people. Standing on the rooftop of Trump Tower in New York City, he had two Miss Universe contestants pour a bucket of ice water over his head as cameras rolled.
Everybody's going crazy over this thing. I guess they want to see whether or not it's my real hair, which it is. I'm challenging President Obama, my son Donald, my son Eric. Let's go, ladies. What a mess.
The real estate mogul appeared visibly shocked by the cold water, exclaiming loudly before quickly regaining his composure. He then nominated President Barack Obama, his sons Eric and Donald Jr., and WWE CEO Vince McMahon to take the challenge next, though he specifically told Obama not to bother with the ice water and just write a check instead. While the challenge successfully raised over $200 million for ALS research globally, Trump's participation became notable for its theatrical elements and his characteristic competitive framing of the event. He claimed his ice water was much colder and his bucket much bigger than those used by others who had completed the challenge before him. This moment represents one of many instances where he engaged with popular culture on his own terms, turning a charitable activity into something of a spectacle that centered on his persona. The Joe Rogan Trump episode marked a significant moment in political media when former President Donald Trump appeared on the massively popular podcast in October 2024. This 3-hour-long conversation represented a notable departure from the carefully controlled environments typically preferred by presidential candidates, especially during the final stretch of a heated campaign. During the extensive interview, he covered everything from his thoughts on nuclear power to UFO sightings, displaying the conversational style that helped build his political brand. The format allowed the former president to weave between topics naturally, demonstrating his characteristic storytelling approach that mixes personal anecdotes with policy positions. What made this appearance particularly noteworthy was how it symbolized the shifting media landscape in American politics. Traditional news outlets no longer maintained exclusive access to candidates, as platforms like Rogan's show reached audiences that often exceeded those of cable news networks. His willingness to engage in this lengthy, unstructured conversation stood in stark contrast to his opponent's more cautious media strategy. The episode generated substantial online discussion, with clips spreading rapidly across social media platforms. Political observers noted how comfortable the former commander-in-chief appeared in this setting compared to formal interviews, reinforcing his image as someone who could connect with audiences outside traditional political channels. Perhaps most telling was how the episode highlighted the growing importance of alternative media platforms in reaching voters directly. By bypassing conventional media filters, Trump demonstrated an understanding of how political communication had evolved in the digital age, continuing the approach that had proven effective throughout his political career. Liberation Day tariffs were announced by Donald Trump on April 2, 2025, during a White House Rose Garden ceremony where he unveiled what he called a reciprocal tariff strategy. The former president signed Executive Order 14257, which he dramatically described as one of the most important days in American history and our declaration of economic independence. This announcement marked the beginning of a global trade war and triggered a significant stock market crash, with the S&P 500 index futures tumbling more than 3% following the announcement. The tariff structure included a baseline 10% tariff applied universally to imports from all countries except Canada and Mexico, plus additional country-specific reciprocal tariffs targeting approximately 60 nations. Some countries faced extraordinarily high rates, with Cambodia receiving 49%, Vietnam 46%, and China an effective 54% when combined with existing tariffs. Trump justified these measures by declaring a national emergency to address what he characterized as a large and persistent U.S. trade deficit. International reaction was swift and largely negative. Countries like Australia, Taiwan, and Vietnam called the tariffs deeply unreasonable, lacking scientific basis, and having no basis in logic. China implemented retaliatory tariffs that escalated to 125%, while European leaders condemned the move as a major blow and a unilateral attack on global trade relations. Domestically, Senate Democrats opposed the policy as a tax on almost everything families buy, while Republican leadership generally supported it despite acknowledging potential short-term economic disruption. American business organizations also raised significant concerns. The National Retail Federation warned that the tariffs would cause more anxiety and uncertainty for American businesses and consumers, while economic experts from the Cato Institute compared the tariff levels to those of the 1930 Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, legislation widely believed to have worsened the Great Depression. Even Mike Pence, who served as vice president during Trump's first term, criticized the tariffs as the largest peacetime tax hike in U.S. history. The Access Hollywood tape emerged on October 7, 2016, just 1 month before the United States presidential election. Released by The Washington Post, the recording captured a 2005 conversation between Donald Trump and television host Billy Bush while they were on a bus heading to film an episode of Access Hollywood. In the leaked footage, the future president described his attempt to seduce a married woman and made vulgar comments about how celebrities could treat women. His most infamous line included a crude reference to grabbing women's bodies without consent, which many commentators and legal experts characterized as describing sexual assault. The tape's release sent shockwaves through the political landscape, creating an October surprise that threatened to derail Trump's campaign. Republican officials responded with varying degrees of condemnation, with some withdrawing their support entirely while others expressed disapproval but maintained their endorsements. House Speaker Paul Ryan notably announced he would no longer defend Trump's campaign, but stopped short of retracting his endorsement. Trump's initial response was to dismiss the comments as locker room banter and issue an apology while simultaneously deflecting attention toward Bill Clinton. The controversy prompted professional athletes across multiple sports to reject Trump's characterization, clarifying that such language was not typical in actual locker rooms. The ##NoteInMyLockerRoom gained traction as athletes distanced themselves from this defense. Despite the significant backlash and calls for him to drop out of the race, Trump refused to withdraw his candidacy. The scandal also led to Billy Bush being fired from his position as host on NBC's Today Show. Multiple women came forward with allegations of sexual misconduct against Trump in the wake of the tape's release. Though studies suggest the tape reduced public support for Trump, he ultimately won the election 1 month later. The recording later resurfaced as evidence in the 2023 defamation lawsuit brought by author E. Jean Carroll, where Trump was found liable for sexual abuse and ordered to pay $5 million in damages. The 2019 Korea's United States DMZ summit marked a historic moment when Donald Trump became the first sitting U.S. president to set foot on North Korean soil. On June 30, 2019, following the G20 summit in Osaka, Trump met with North Korean leader Kim Jong Un at the demilitarized zone. During this brief encounter, Kim invited Trump to cross the borderline, and Trump stepped into North Korean territory before crossing back into South Korea with Kim. This unprecedented meeting was also attended by South Korean President Moon Jae-in, as well as senior White House advisors Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. The summit took place at the Freedom House in Panmunjom, where Trump and Kim held a private meeting lasting 53 minutes. At one point during their interaction, Trump even invited Kim to the White House, though he later acknowledged this would likely not happen in the near term. The summit received mixed reactions internationally. North Korean state media praised the meeting as historic and an amazing event, providing extensive coverage through state television and newspapers. Meanwhile, critics in the United States, including Democratic members of Congress and presidential candidates, condemned Trump for coddling dictators and squandering American influence on photo opportunities. Following the summit, both sides announced plans to resume working-level nuclear talks, though subsequent negotiations in Stockholm, Sweden in October failed to produce any agreement. The meeting represented another chapter in the complex relationship between the two leaders, who had previously met in Singapore in 2018 and Hanoi in early 2019, where talks had collapsed without resolution. One curious aspect of the DMZ meeting was its seemingly spontaneous nature. Trump had tweeted a last-minute invitation to Kim just a day earlier while at the G20 summit. However, several analysts suggested this apparent spontaneity was largely staged, with previous communications between the leaders having occurred through exchanged letters earlier that month. Health and diet represents a significant point of contention in discussions about Donald Trump. Throughout his political career, the former president's physical well-being and dietary habits have attracted intense scrutiny, particularly as he became the oldest person in American history to be inaugurated for a second term at 78 years, 10 months, and 7 days old. The concerns about his health span multiple dimensions. He first took office at 70, surpassing Ronald Reagan as the oldest first-term president. His weight, reported heart disease, and lifestyle choices have all fed into public discourse about his fitness for office. Medical professionals have noted that while his White House physicians consistently declared him in excellent health, independent cardiologists expressed alarm about his cardiac risk factors, including elevated cholesterol levels that placed him in a clinically obese category by 2019. Trump's dietary preferences became emblematic of his populist image. The commander-in-chief famously enjoyed fast food, with well-documented affection for McDonald's, KFC, and Diet Coke. During his first term, he reportedly consumed 12 cans of the artificially sweetened beverage daily. When hosting the Clemson Tigers football team at the White House during a government shutdown, he memorably served a spread of hamburgers and pizza from various fast food chains, presenting it as an all-American feast. Transparency regarding his medical records has been another contentious issue. Critics highlight that despite promising in August 2024 to release results from a recent examination, no comprehensive health records were made public between 2015 and late 2024. This contrasted with his opponent Kamala Harris, who released detailed medical information during the campaign. The secrecy fueled speculation, particularly after his former physician Harold Bornstein admitted that Trump had dictated the glowing 2015 health letter himself. The mental health dimension has perhaps been most controversial of all. Throughout his political career, numerous psychiatrists and psychologists speculated about potential conditions ranging from dementia to narcissistic personality disorder, igniting debate about the ethics of diagnosing public figures without examination, the Goldwater Rule. His niece Mary Trump, a clinical psychologist, published a book identifying disorders she believed he had, while other mental health professionals countered that he did not meet diagnostic criteria. The debate intensified following his July 2024 assassination attempt, with some speculating about potential PTSD symptoms. COVID misinformation represents one of the most controversial chapters of the Trump presidency. Throughout the pandemic, his administration's messaging was marked by inconsistency, optimism that frequently diverged from scientific consensus, and numerous false or misleading statements. From January to mid-March 2020, Trump repeatedly downplayed the threat posed by COVID-19 to the United States, often contradicting his own public health officials. While the CDC warned Americans to prepare for a local outbreak on February 25th, Trump continued claiming the virus would disappear or go away, assertions he would repeat throughout the pandemic, even as case numbers and deaths mounted. The administration's daily press briefings became a focal point of controversy. Trump dominated speaking time at these events, with analysis showing he spent significant portions on self-congratulation and criticizing others rather than conveying critical health information. These briefings reached a particularly controversial moment when Trump speculated about the possibility of injecting disinfectants or bringing light inside the body as potential treatments. Trump's promotion of unproven treatments, particularly hydroxychloroquine, created additional confusion. Despite cautionary statements from medical experts like Dr. Anthony Fauci that evidence for such treatments was anecdotal, Trump continued to advocate for their use, even claiming he himself took hydroxychloroquine as a preventative measure. Perhaps most revealing was the September 2020 release of recorded interviews with journalist Bob Woodward, where Trump admitted that he had deliberately downplayed the virus despite knowing its severity. "I wanted to always play it down," Trump told Woodward in March 2020, explaining he didn't want to create panic, a stark contrast to his public messaging at the time. Opinion polling throughout the pandemic indicated that less than half of Americans trusted health information provided by Trump, with many preferring to rely on information from the CDC, state officials, or Dr. Fauci. This communication approach during a public health emergency ultimately became one of the most criticized aspects of the administration's COVID-19 response. "Very fine people on both sides" became one of Donald Trump's most controversial statements during his presidency, uttered during his third statement about the violent white supremacist rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, in August 2017. After the Unite the Right rally turned deadly with the killing of counter-protester Heather Heyer, Trump initially responded with a vague condemnation of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. This first statement was widely criticized for failing to specifically condemn white supremacists and neo-Nazis. 2 days later, under significant pressure, he read a more direct statement from a teleprompter, explicitly condemning the KKK, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other hate groups. However, during an infrastructure press conference at Trump Tower the following day, he reverted to his earlier position, claiming there was blame on both sides and defending some rally participants. It was during this third statement that he uttered the infamous words that there were very fine people on both sides of the Charlottesville protests.
On both sides, sir? You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me.
He attempted to distinguish between those protesting the removal of Confederate statues and white nationalists, claiming that not all protesters were neo-Nazis. This came despite the fact that the rally had been explicitly organized and promoted by white supremacist groups. The fallout was immediate and severe. Over 60 members of Congress condemned his remarks, including prominent Republicans. Former Presidents George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush released a joint statement rejecting racial bigotry. Corporate leaders distanced themselves from the administration, with some resigning from presidential advisory councils in protest. Years later, when asked to clarify these remarks during his 2020 re-election campaign, he maintained that he was referring to people who felt very strongly about the monument to Robert E. Lee. The statement remains one of the most criticized moments of his presidency, seen by many as providing cover for white nationalist groups while undermining America's moral stance against racism.
Last night, at my direction, the United States military successfully executed a flawless precision strike that killed the #1 terrorist anywhere in the world, Qasem Soleimani.
The assassination of Qasem Soleimani stands as one of the most consequential military decisions of Trump's presidency. On January 3, 2020, Trump ordered a drone strike near Baghdad International Airport that killed Soleimani, a top Iranian general who commanded the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' Quds Force. The Pentagon identified Soleimani as responsible for hundreds of American deaths and claimed he was planning imminent attacks on U.S. personnel. The strike dramatically escalated tensions between the United States and Iran, pushing the two nations closer to open conflict than they had been in decades. Along with Soleimani, the attack killed 9 others, including Abu Mahdi al-Mohandis, the deputy chairman of Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces. Iraqi officials condemned the strike as a violation of their sovereignty, while Iran vowed harsh revenge against America. 5 days after the assassination, Iran launched missile strikes against U.S. forces stationed in Iraq. Remarkably, no American casualties were reported, though dozens later sought treatment for traumatic brain injuries. The crisis further intensified when Iran, on high alert following the assassination, mistakenly shot down a Ukrainian passenger jet, killing all 176 people aboard. The legality of the strike sparked significant debate. Critics questioned whether the assassination violated international law or required congressional approval. Trump defended the action, claiming Soleimani had been planning attacks on 4 U.S. embassies, though Defense Secretary Mark Esper later admitted there was no specific intelligence to support this claim. The assassination represented a profound shift in American policy toward high-ranking foreign military officials. While previous administrations had considered targeting Soleimani, both Presidents Bush and Obama ultimately rejected the option, fearing it would escalate to full-scale war. Years later, Iranian officials continued to seek revenge for the killing, with multiple alleged plots against Trump and former members of his administration uncovered by U.S. intelligence. The 2019 Trump-Ukraine scandal erupted when information came to light about President Donald Trump's attempts to pressure Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate his political rival Joe Biden and his son Hunter. This controversy centered around a July 25, 2019 phone call between the two leaders, which became public through a whistleblower complaint filed by a CIA officer in August 2019. During this call, Trump asked Zelensky to investigate the Bidens and a conspiracy theory involving the Democratic National Committee server. What made this request particularly troubling was that Trump had previously blocked $400 million in congressionally mandated military aid to Ukraine, creating what many interpreted as a quid pro quo situation. The aid was only released after Trump became aware of the whistleblower complaint before it was known to Congress or the public. The scandal widened as it was revealed that various Trump administration officials, including his personal lawyer Rudy Giuliani and Attorney General William Barr, were involved in pressuring Ukraine. Text messages between diplomats suggested that a White House visit for Zelensky and the military aid were being conditioned on Ukraine, announcing investigations into the Bidens and alleged Ukrainian interference in the 2016 U.S. election. Records of the Trump-Zelensky call were moved from the typical storage system to one reserved for highly classified information, raising concerns about a cover-up. Similar restrictions had been placed on Trump's conversations with other world leaders, including those of China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Australia. The scandal ultimately led to Trump's first impeachment by the House of Representatives on December 18, 2019, on charges of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. While the Democratic-controlled House voted to impeach, the Republican-controlled Senate acquitted Trump on both charges on February 5, 2020, with the vote split almost entirely along party lines. The fallout from this scandal continued long after the impeachment trial, contributing to the deterioration of U.S.-Ukraine relations and feeding into various conspiracy theories promoted by Trump and his allies. Many of the officials who testified against Trump during the impeachment hearings later resigned or were fired from their positions in what critics described as political retaliation. The Abraham Accords were a series of bilateral normalization agreements between Israel and several Arab nations, brokered by the Trump administration in 2020. These historic diplomatic agreements initially included the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, who signed the documents on September 15, 2020, during an elaborate ceremony staged on the White House's South Lawn. The agreements marked the first instance of Israel establishing diplomatic relations with an Arab nation since the Israel-Jordan Peace Treaty of 1994. Named to highlight the shared religious heritage of Abraham in both Judaism and Islam, the accords expanded beyond the initial signatories. Sudan agreed to normalize relations in October 2020, followed by Morocco in December of the same year. In exchange for these diplomatic recognitions, the United States offered significant concessions, removing Sudan from the state sponsors of terrorism list, providing financial assistance, and recognizing Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara. The agreements developed after the Emirates suggested normalization as an alternative to Israel's planned annexation of West Bank territory. Jared Kushner and Avi Berkowitz, Trump's advisors, seized upon this opportunity and negotiated extensively with the parties involved. The normalization process created new avenues for economic cooperation, including direct telephone links, business partnerships, and defense exports worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Critics noted that the agreement sidestepped long-standing Palestinian concerns, and surveys indicated negative views of the accords among citizens of the Arab signatory nations. After the October 2023 Hamas attack on Israel and subsequent Gaza war, some questioned the stability of these agreements, with Bahrain recalling its ambassador to Israel. Nevertheless, the Abraham Accords remain one of the most significant diplomatic achievements of the Trump presidency, reshaping Middle Eastern alignments in ways that continue to reverberate through the region. The Gulf of America entry represents one of the more unusual instances of geographic renaming in recent American history. On January 20th, 2025, President Trump signed Executive Order 14172, directing federal agencies to adopt the name Gulf of America instead of Gulf of Mexico for the body of water bordering the southern United States.
Pretty soon we're going to change, because we do most of the work there and it's ours. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
The idea wasn't entirely new when Trump announced his intention on January 7, 2025. Similar proposals had surfaced before, including a joke by comedian Stephen Colbert following the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill and a satirical bill introduced by a Mississippi state representative in 2012. However, Trump's executive order marked the first time the federal government officially attempted to change the name of a major geographic feature that had been known as the Gulf of Mexico since the 1550s. Public opinion remained strongly against the change, with polls showing approximately 70% of Americans opposing the renaming. Despite this opposition, several technological companies, including Google Maps, began displaying different names depending on users' location settings, while the Geographic Names Information System officially adopted Gulf of America in February 2025. The renaming sparked international tensions, particularly with Mexico. President Claudia Sheinbaum sarcastically suggested renaming North America as Mexican America in response and threatened legal action against Google, noting that United States sovereignty extends only 12 nautical miles from its coastline. The controversy became especially heated when the White House banned Associated Press journalists from the Oval Office and Air Force One after the news organization continued using the traditional name. More than a geographic dispute, the Gulf of America controversy exemplified the administration's America First approach and its willingness to use executive authority to reshape national symbols, regardless of historical precedent or international diplomatic considerations.
Religion and Christianity are the biggest things missing from this country, and I truly believe that we need to bring them back, and we have to bring them back fast. I think it's one of the biggest problems we have. That's why our country is going haywire. We've lost religion in our country.
Donald Trump's religious views have been a subject of considerable discussion throughout his political career. Raised in his Scottish mother's Presbyterian faith, he was confirmed into the Presbyterian Church in 1959 and maintained ties with Marble Collegiate Church for decades, where influential pastor Norman Vincent Peale served as a mentor to him. In October 2020, however, Trump declared that he no longer identified as Presbyterian and now considered himself a non-denominational Christian. Despite Trump's professed Christian affiliations, many have questioned the depth of his religious convictions. A survey during his first presidency revealed that 63% of Americans did not believe he was religious, and only 44% believed he was a Christian. Most of his biographers have not described him as particularly devout, with one noting he has never been a spiritually or religiously serious person. Throughout his political career, the former president has made appeals to conservative Christianity and the Christian right, particularly evangelicals. He maintained a close relationship with Paula White, an evangelical minister whom he called his personal pastor, and who later joined the White House staff to work on religious outreach. Their association highlights Trump's connections to the prosperity gospel movement, which equates wealth and success with divine favor. During his 2024 presidential campaign, he incorporated Christian religious imagery more prominently, characterizing his campaign as a righteous crusade and selling special editions of the King James Bible containing copies of America's founding documents. His rallies increasingly adopted symbols and rhetoric associated with Christian nationalism, appealing to those who view the United States as fundamentally a Christian nation. Critics have suggested that Trump's engagement with Christianity is more performative than sincere, focusing on reinforcing his image as a strong leader rather than expressing genuine spiritual beliefs. Unlike previous presidents who openly discussed personal spiritual struggles, he has largely avoided theological discussions and themes of humility, repentance, or service central to Christianity, instead emphasizing success and power in his religious rhetoric. Donald Trump's relationship with American football spans decades and is marked by repeated attempts to become an NFL team owner, a history of rivalry, and occasional political clashes. Dating back to the 1980s, Trump has maintained what Business Insider labeled the pigskin war with the NFL, describing the league as his oldest rival. This contentious relationship has shaped both his business endeavors and later political moves. His first attempt to purchase an NFL team came in 1981 when he led a group offering $50 million for the Baltimore Colts. Despite Trump later denying his involvement, multiple news sources and even NFL Commissioner Pete Rozelle confirmed his attempt. He would later express interest in purchasing the Dallas Cowboys in 1984 for $50 million, but ultimately declined, a decision many consider a business blunder as the franchise is now valued at over $10 billion. After failing to secure an NFL team, Trump purchased the New Jersey Generals of the rival United States Football League for between $5 and $10 million. As owner, he signed high-profile players and pushed aggressively for the USFL to move its season from spring to fall, directly competing with the NFL. This strategy culminated in an antitrust lawsuit against the NFL seeking $1.7 billion in damages. While the jury ruled against the NFL, they awarded the USFL just $1 in damages, which was tripled to $3 due to antitrust laws. The league folded just 6 days after the trial concluded. During his presidency, Trump reignited his feud with the NFL over player protests during the national anthem. In 2017, he called for owners to fire players who knelt during the anthem, saying, "Wouldn't you love to see one of these NFL owners, when somebody disrespects our flag, you'd say, 'Get that son of a bitch off the field right now.'" These comments dramatically elevated the protests from a small issue within the NFL to part of a larger cultural conflict, with many commentators viewing his attacks as retribution against the league for his past failures to become a team owner. Unlike his troubled relationship with professional football, Trump has maintained a more positive connection with college football. As president, he frequently attended high-profile college games, particularly in the southern United States where he enjoyed warm receptions from attendees. Historian Nicholas Sarantakis compared Trump's attendance at these games as a form of political theater similar to that of former President Richard Nixon. In 2025, Trump became the first sitting U.S. president to attend a Super Bowl game.
A second apparent attempt on former President Trump's life, this time the incident on his own golf course in Florida.
The attempted assassination in Florida occurred on September 15, 2024, marking the second assassination attempt on Donald Trump that year. While golfing at Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach, a Secret Service agent conducting a routine security sweep spotted a man hiding in bushes approximately 400 yards away, aiming a rifle toward them. The agent immediately fired at the suspect, who dropped his weapon and fled the scene without firing any shots. The gunman, later identified as 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Ruth, had apparently arrived at the golf course around 1:59 in the morning and waited nearly 12 hours before being discovered. After fleeing in a black Nissan Xterra, Ruth was apprehended about an hour later on Interstate 95 in Martin County by local sheriff's deputies. In his vehicle, authorities discovered 17 cell phones, suggesting extensive planning. Federal investigators later uncovered evidence that Ruth had been stalking Trump for weeks prior to the attempt. They found a handwritten list of venues where Trump had appeared or was expected to be present, and data from his phones showed he had conducted surveillance near Trump's golf course and Mar-a-Lago residence from mid-August through September. The recovered SKS-style rifle had its serial number removed, and Ruth had equipped himself with backpacks containing ceramic tiles that could deflect bullets. Perhaps most chilling was a letter Ruth had written months before the incident and given to an acquaintance, which began, "Dear world, this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I am so sorry I failed you." The letter went on to offer $150,000 to anyone who would complete the job, indicating Ruth had anticipated his potential failure well in advance. In court, his lawyers later suggested pursuing an insanity defense, claiming mental health professionals had described him as delusional. This incident occurred just 2 months after Trump had been wounded in another assassination attempt at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, raising serious questions about Secret Service protocols and the security challenges of protecting presidential candidates. Despite the golf club being a known security vulnerability where photographers could easily get clear views of Trump, the perimeter had not been fully secured, as Trump was not an incumbent president at the time.
Republican lawmakers in Minnesota want to, here in the state, add Trump derangement syndrome as an official mental illness.
The bill aims to change our state's definition of mental illness to include a form of criticism of the current president.
Trump derangement syndrome is a pejorative term used to describe negative reactions to Donald Trump that are perceived as irrational and disconnected from his actual policies. The term originated with conservative political commentator Charles Krauthammer, who previously coined Bush derangement syndrome in 2003 to describe paranoia in otherwise normal people reacting to George W. Bush's presidency. The phrase gained popularity among the former president's supporters as a way to discredit his critics, suggesting that opponents were incapable of accurately perceiving reality due to their intense dislike of him. Some journalists, even those critical of Trump, have used the term to call for restraint when judging his statements and actions, arguing that not every Trump policy should automatically be considered wrong or dangerous. Despite including syndrome in its name, Trump derangement syndrome is not recognized as a legitimate mental disorder in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders or by law in any U.S. state. The term has been employed by various figures including Senator Rand Paul, former White House Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and Trump himself, who tweeted about it following the 2018 Russia-United States summit in Helsinki. Interestingly, the definition has evolved over time, with some commentators and media figures applying it not only to Trump's critics, but also to his unwavering supporters. CNN political analyst John Avlon used the term to describe those who couldn't accept Trump's defeat in the 2020 election, demonstrating how political terminology can be reclaimed and repurposed. In March 2025, Minnesota Senate Republicans introduced a controversial bill seeking to classify Trump derangement syndrome as a mental illness and incorporate it into the state's legal definition. The proposed legislation described the condition as acute onset of paranoia in otherwise normal persons that is in reaction to the policies and presidencies of President Donald J. Trump, mirroring Krauthammer's original definition of Bush derangement syndrome. The Donald Trump photo op at St. John's Church stands as one of the most controversial moments of his presidency. On June 1, 2020, amid nationwide George Floyd protests, law enforcement forcefully cleared peaceful demonstrators from Lafayette Square using tear gas and riot control tactics, creating a path for Trump to walk from the White House to the historic church.
You can still see some protesters. To the right, you see the president and several officials and, of course, a massive security detail walking through the park. We're going to move our camera over a little.
Unprecedented moment in so many respects, breaking up peaceful protesters with flashbangs and rubber bullets, saying that he is going to invoke for the first time in more than 200 years an act allowing U.S. military deployment on U.S. shores against Americans.
After delivering a Rose Garden speech declaring himself "Your president of law and order," the former president posed in front of Ashburton House, the church's parish house, holding a Bible aloft. The building had been damaged by a small fire in its basement nursery during protests the previous night, though Trump would later exaggerate the extent of this damage, even retweeting false claims that terrorists had firebombed the church. Many believe this unusual photo opportunity was directly connected to Trump's frustration over media coverage of his brief retreat to the White House bunker days earlier during protests. According to later reports, he was particularly angered by the Bunker Boy nickname that circulated on social media, perceiving it as portraying him as weak or fearful. The 5-minute appearance drew swift condemnation from military leaders, religious figures, and politicians from both parties. Critics viewed it as an excessive use of force against peaceful protesters exercising First Amendment rights, all for what amounted to a publicity stunt. General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, later apologized for his participation in the event. A 2021 Interior Department Inspector General review found that while U.S. Park Police had planned to clear the area to install security fencing, the timing became intertwined with Trump's visit. The report revealed a chaotic scene where various law enforcement agencies operated without coordination. Park police commanders couldn't identify who gave deployment orders, and the incident commander was reportedly stunned when informed of the president's imminent arrival. The Trump Gaza AI video refers to a controversial artificially generated video that was shared by President Donald Trump on his social media accounts in late February 2025. The video depicts a fantastical transformation of Gaza into a resort-like destination with skyscrapers, beaches, and Trump branding. This bizarre creation quickly gained attention for both its unusual content and the political implications behind it. In the video, war-torn Gaza is reimagined as a luxurious coastal paradise called Trump Gaza, complete with golden statues of the former president, bearded individuals in bikinis dancing on beaches, and AI-generated versions of figures like Elon Musk and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu relaxing shoreside. The clip is set to music with lyrics proclaiming, "Trump Gaza is finally here," and "Donald's coming to set you free" over dance beats, creating a surreal juxtaposition with the region's actual circumstances. According to its creators, Solo Avital and Ariel Vroman from IMix Visuals, the video was never intended as political propaganda, but rather as satire. They produced it as an experimental project testing AI software called Arcana, completing it in just 8 hours after hearing about Trump's proposal to transform Gaza. The pair expressed surprise when the president shared their creation, stating they never meant to become a propaganda machine. The context behind this unusual video stems from statements made by the president during a February press conference. Trump had proposed expelling 2.1 million Palestinians from Gaza and transforming the territory into what he called a Riviera that would be owned by the United States. Critics and human rights organizations immediately condemned this suggestion, with many characterizing it as a proposal for ethnic cleansing. The video's circulation prompted widespread criticism for its insensitivity toward Gaza's humanitarian crisis and for portraying the region as a blank slate for development while ignoring the complex historical context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Many viewers, including some self-identified Republicans, expressed confusion and dismay at the president's decision to share what appeared to be an absurdist AI creation without any contextual explanation. The desk button is a notable feature of the Resolute desk in the Oval Office that gained significant attention during Donald Trump's presidencies. This unassuming device, housed in a wooden box roughly 9 inches by 3 inches and adorned with the golden presidential seal, has existed since at least George W. Bush's administration, but became famous under Trump's unique usage. During his first term, the former president repurposed this call button to summon a valet who would bring him a Diet Coke on a silver platter, a task once performed by Walt Nauta. He also utilized it to request lunch and reportedly enjoyed playing a recurring practical joke on new White House visitors, causing momentary tension by pressing it in their presence. Trump occasionally played into misconceptions about the button's purpose, telling one reporter that everyone thinks it is the nuclear button, and that people get a little nervous when he pressed it. This deliberate conflation reached its peak in January 2018 when he tweeted at North Korean leader Kim Jong Un, claiming to have a much bigger and more powerful nuclear button that works, despite the device on his desk being merely for beverage service. The button briefly disappeared during the early days of the Biden administration in 2021, with reports suggesting President Biden had removed it. However, it apparently returned weeks later, though with an unspecified purpose. Late-night host James Corden once quipped that Biden had repurposed it as an ice cream button, continuing the tradition of presidential customization that began with Obama reportedly using it to order tea. Following Trump's second inauguration in January 2025, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Diet Coke button had returned to the Resolute desk, resuming its former function. This seemingly minor presidential accessory has become an unexpected symbol of how each commander-in-chief personalizes the trappings of the office, from Obama's tea service to Trump's signature soda preference. The Never Trump movement emerged as a conservative resistance effort opposing Donald Trump's rise within the Republican Party. Beginning during the 2016 presidential primaries, this coalition of Republican officials, donors, consultants, and conservative intellectuals united around the goal of preventing Trump from securing the party's nomination and later the presidency.
How displeased are you with your party's nominee on a scale of just missed to vomiting in your mouth?
1 being barely miffed to 10 vomiting?
Yeah.
225.7.
So the vomit's all over you.
It's like my guts are on the floor and I basically exploded.
This movement marked an unusual internal party rebellion, with prominent figures like Mitt Romney delivering major speeches urging voters to support anyone but Trump in state primaries. Organizations such as Our Principles PAC and Club for Growth collectively spent over $24 million on anti-Trump advertising as the resistance intensified. After Trump clinched the nomination, some never-Trumpers endorsed other candidates including Democrat Hillary Clinton, Libertarian Gary Johnson, and independent conservative Evan McMullin. Others remained in vocal opposition without endorsing alternatives. Trump himself characterized these opponents as human scum and more dangerous for our country than the do-nothing Democrats. Following Trump's election victories in 2016 and 2024, the movement faced significant challenges. Many former critics abandoned their opposition, with some making pilgrimages to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring or bend the knee as Trump consolidated his control of the party. Those who maintained their resistance, like Representative Liz Cheney, often faced primary defeats, censure from the Republican National Committee, or were driven into retirement. Today's remnants of the Never Trump movement include organizations like Principles First, which continues to hold gatherings for disaffected conservatives while welcoming political independents and moderate Democrats under a shared pro-democracy banner. However, with Trump's 2024 victory, the New York Times described Republican dissenters as having been driven into retirement, defeated in primaries, or cowed into silence, leaving Never-Trumpers increasingly involved with the Democratic Party, where they typically advocate for moderate candidates. The White House COVID-19 outbreak was a significant cluster of SARS-CoV-2 infections that began in September 2020 and continued until January 2021, eventually affecting at least 48 White House staff members and associates. At the center of this outbreak was President Donald Trump himself, who was hospitalized for 3 days at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center after testing positive for the virus in early October. Many infections appeared to stem from a Rose Garden ceremony held on September 26th for the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. At this event, seating was not socially distanced, and most attendees did not wear masks. Following this gathering, numerous high-profile individuals tested positive, including First Lady Melania Trump, Senators Mike Lee, Tom Tillis, and Ron Johnson, campaign manager Bill Stepien, and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. The president's approach to his diagnosis proved controversial. After receiving experimental treatments including monoclonal antibodies and remdesivir, he orchestrated a brief drive-by to wave at supporters outside the hospital while still infectious, potentially exposing Secret Service agents inside the vehicle. Upon returning to the White House, he dramatically removed his mask for a photo opportunity on the balcony, despite still being contagious. A second significant outbreak occurred after Election Day in November, following a watch party held in the East Room of the White House. This cluster affected several additional staffers and officials, including Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and Housing and Urban Development Secretary Ben Carson. Throughout both outbreaks, the administration was criticized for providing conflicting information about the president's condition and for not conducting thorough contact tracing. Public health experts, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, later stated that the outbreak could have been prevented with proper precautions. The timing was particularly consequential, occurring in the final weeks of the 2020 presidential campaign, just over a month before Election Day. The Hurricane Dorian, Alabama controversy, widely known as Sharpiegate, erupted in September 2019 when then-President Donald Trump incorrectly stated that Alabama would most likely be hit much harder than anticipated by Hurricane Dorian. This claim contradicted official forecasts from the National Weather Service, which had already determined that Alabama was not in the storm's projected path. After the Birmingham, Alabama office of the National Weather Service issued a correction stating that Alabama would not see any impacts from Dorian, Trump doubled down on his erroneous claim rather than acknowledging the mistake. The incident gained its infamous nickname when Trump displayed a National Hurricane Center forecast map in the Oval Office that had been visibly altered with what appeared to be a black Sharpie marker. Someone had drawn an additional lobe extending the hurricane's projected path to include a portion of Alabama in a crude attempt to validate the president's earlier statement. What followed was a remarkable sequence of events in which government agencies were pressured to support Trump's false claims. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross reportedly called the acting NOAA administrator and ordered him to contradict the National Weather Service's accurate correction. This ultimately led to an unsigned NOAA statement supporting Trump's initial claim about Alabama, undermining the agency's own scientists. Two separate investigations would later confirm political interference in what should have been purely scientific communications. The National Academy of Public Administration found that NOAA officials violated the agency's scientific integrity policy, while the Commerce Department's Inspector General confirmed that White House pressure had led to the controversial NOAA statement backing Trump's claims. The alteration of official government weather forecasts is actually illegal under U.S. law, specifically 18 U.S. Code 2074, which prohibits publishing counterfeit weather forecasts.
Over the world when I'm on my Donald Trump shit. Look at all this money. Ain't that some shit?
The song emerged as one of Mac Miller's first major hits, released in 2011 as the only single from his mixtape Best Day Ever. The track features a hypnotic melody sampled from Sufjan Stevens' Vesuvius and showcases Miller's aspirational lyrics about achieving wealth and success. With its catchy hook and memorable lines about taking over the world, the song quickly gained popularity online and became a breakthrough moment in the Pittsburgh rapper's career. The president initially reacted positively to the song when its music video reached 20 million views in August 2011, even releasing a congratulatory video where he called Miller the new Eminem.
The Donald Trump song just hit over 20 million. That's not so bad. I'm very proud of that. This kid is the new Eminem.
However, this friendly attitude didn't last long. By 2012, as the track gained more streams, he demanded royalties for the use of his name, sparking a public feud with the young artist. What began as a simple name drop chosen at the last minute, Miller later admitted he could have just as easily referenced Bill Gates, evolved into a years-long back and forth between the musician and the businessman. Their relationship continued to deteriorate, especially during the 2016 presidential campaign when Miller publicly denounced him on The Nightly Show with Larry Wilmore, using particularly colorful language to express his disapproval. Despite the controversy, the track achieved significant commercial success, becoming Miller's first song to chart on the Billboard Hot 100 and eventually earning platinum certification in 2013 after exceeding 1 million digital downloads. Trump's famous hair and tan have long been subjects of public intrigue and speculation. His distinctive appearance features a notably orange-tinted complexion paired with an unusual blonde hairstyle that many have suggested aren't entirely natural. This combination has become one of the most recognizable aspects of his public persona, alongside his signature red ties and distinctive mannerisms. The president's tanned appearance has been widely discussed as being artificial, likely the result of tanning beds or spray tanning procedures rather than natural sun exposure. His orangish hue became so distinctive that it spawned countless memes and comedy sketches during his time in office. The contrast between the coloration around his eyes and the rest of his face has been particularly noted by observers, further suggesting artificial enhancement. His hair has generated even more fascination and rumors. Despite Trump's insistence in a 2011 interview that it's not really a comb-over, it's sort of a little bit forward and back, many have speculated that he wears a hairpiece or employs an elaborate styling technique to conceal thinning hair. The Chicago Tribune once described him as having an unusual mane of copper hair, and during his campaign, the authenticity of his hairstyle became a subject of public debate. The meticulous maintenance of these appearance elements reveals how carefully crafted his public image is. He maintains remarkable consistency in his look, rarely deviating from the established formula that has made him instantly recognizable worldwide. This visual branding extends beyond just hair and skin tone to include his characteristic facial expressions like the thumbs-up gesture and pouted lips. Despite occasional strong winds or other challenges that have momentarily disrupted his carefully styled hair, revealing more about its construction, he has steadfastly maintained the same appearance for decades. This commitment to his distinctive look has helped cement it as part of his brand identity, regardless of the natural or artificial nature of its components. The United States Taliban deal, officially called the Agreement for Bringing Peace to Afghanistan, was one of the most consequential foreign policy actions during Trump's first term. Signed on February 29, 2020, in Doha, Qatar, this peace agreement between the United States and the Taliban aimed to end the nearly two-decade-long war in Afghanistan. The president's administration, represented by diplomat Zalmay Khalilzad, negotiated directly with Taliban representatives, while notably excluding the then Afghan government from these discussions. The agreement contained several key provisions that dramatically altered the trajectory of American involvement in Afghanistan. It stipulated a complete withdrawal of all NATO forces from Afghanistan within 14 months, required the Taliban to prevent al-Qaeda from operating in areas under their control, and included a Taliban pledge not to attack American troops. The deal also mandated an initial reduction of United States force levels from 13,000 to 8,600 troops by July 2020, followed by a complete withdrawal by May 2021 if the Taliban maintained their commitments. Critics of the accord claimed that Trump's administration effectively appeased the Taliban and sidelined the legitimate Afghan government in pursuit of a quick military exit. The agreement also included provisions for the Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban prisoners, despite not being party to the negotiations that established this requirement. United Nations Security Council members unanimously endorsed the deal, as did countries including Pakistan, China, Russia, and India. In the aftermath of the agreement, insurgent attacks against Afghan security forces surged dramatically, with Taliban forces conducting more than 4,500 attacks between March and April 2020 alone. This represented an increase of 70% compared to the same period in the previous year. Simultaneously, the United States dramatically reduced air raids against Taliban positions, removing a key advantage that had helped keep insurgent forces at bay. The deal ultimately led to the complete withdrawal of American forces from Afghanistan by August 30, 2021, during the Biden administration, slightly later than the original deadline. By then, the Taliban had rapidly taken control of the country by force, culminating in their capture of Kabul on August 15, 2021. A subsequent report by the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction identified the Doha Accord as one of the critical events that precipitated the collapse of Afghan security forces, creating a sense of abandonment that fatally undermined their ability to maintain security. The comments about daughter controversy captures one of the president's most widely discussed remarks from a 2006 appearance on The View. Seated alongside his then 24-year-old daughter Ivanka, the 60-year-old Trump responded to a hypothetical question about her potentially appearing in Playboy magazine with a comment that would follow him for years to come. After noting that she had a very nice figure, he added the now infamous line,
Although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
The remark prompted immediate reaction from the show's hosts, with one calling it weird and another asking if he was Woody Allen, referencing the director who married his ex-partner's daughter. Despite the uncomfortable laughter that followed, Trump appeared unfazed, simply asking, "Is that terrible?" His spokesperson later told the Associated Press he was absolutely joking and merely poking fun at his own tendency to date younger women. This wasn't an isolated incident in his commentary about his daughter. Critics have compiled various instances where he made similarly eyebrow-raising comments about Ivanka's appearance throughout the years, creating a pattern that opponents would later reference during political campaigns.
The way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall, she's almost 6 feet tall.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
The clip resurfaced during the 2024 presidential race when the Harris campaign deployed the term weird as a strategic descriptor for their opponent. The moment has endured in public memory partly because of its cultural context. A father publicly commenting on his daughter's dateability struck many as inappropriate regardless of intent. For supporters, it represented his unfiltered communication style and willingness to joke without concern for traditional boundaries, while detractors viewed it as revealing something more troubling about his attitudes toward women, including his own daughter. The Hollywood Walk of Fame star vandalism became one of the most visible symbols of public sentiment toward Donald Trump during his political rise. His star, which he received in 2007 for his work with the Miss Universe pageant, has endured more deliberate damage than perhaps any other on the famous boulevard. The brass and terrazzo monument has been pickaxed, sledgehammered, spray-painted, and defaced with markers on multiple occasions, requiring repeated repairs that cost thousands of dollars each time. The president's sidewalk tribute first faced serious destruction during the heated 2016 election campaign when a man named James Otis attacked it with heavy tools. Otis, who claimed to be an heir to the Otis Elevator Company fortune, didn't try to hide his actions and was subsequently sentenced to 3 years of probation. After repairs, the star briefly served as a gathering point for Trump supporters before being completely destroyed again in July 2018 by another man, Austin Clay, who later turned himself into police. Interestingly, Clay was bailed out of jail by the very same James Otis who had damaged the star earlier, creating an unusual bond between two people connected only by their destruction of the same piece of public property. Clay ultimately received 1 day in jail, 3 years of probation, 20 days of community service, and was ordered to pay over $9,000 in restitution to the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The star faced additional vandalism in December 2018 when someone drew swastikas on it with permanent marker, and it was attacked with a pickaxe yet again in October 2020. Despite calls from activist groups, and even a symbolic resolution from the West Hollywood City Council requesting its permanent removal, the Chamber of Commerce has maintained that once installed, stars become part of the historic fabric of the Walk of Fame and cannot be removed. This policy applies not just to his marker, but to all controversial celebrities whose stars have been targeted for removal. At approximately 300 pounds each, the stars themselves are substantial monuments. 4 have been stolen over the years, though his has remained firmly, if repeatedly damaged, in its place. Each restoration of the television personality's star costs thousands of dollars and showcases an ongoing cycle: vandalism, repair, brief calm, followed by new damage. While other stars have faced occasional graffiti or damage, none have endured such persistent targeting, making this particular square of sidewalk an unintended barometer of political tensions in America during his controversial political career. Trump's standing posture refers to the president's distinctive forward-leaning stance that has drawn speculation and curiosity over the years. This peculiar posture, where he appears to lean forward at the waist as if his upper body is being pulled downward, has become more pronounced since his 2016 campaign. While some have suggested the lean might be caused by shoe lifts meant to artificially increase his height, this theory doesn't fully explain the phenomenon. Many public figures wear shoe lifts without displaying such a pronounced forward tilt, indicating there may be other factors at play. Medical professionals have proposed several possible explanations for this distinctive stance. One suggestion points to a condition called camptocormia, associated with neurological disorders that cause individuals to lean forward when standing or walking due to muscle weakness or spinal degeneration. Others have speculated about connections to frontotemporal conditions, noting that Trump's father suffered from Alzheimer's disease, which has hereditary components. What's particularly notable about this physical characteristic is how little mainstream attention it receives despite being visibly apparent. The reluctance to discuss the president's unusual posture reflects America's uncomfortable relationship with aging and health issues in political figures, where discussing a leader's physical condition often becomes taboo despite its potential relevance. The posture remains one of the more visible yet under-discussed physical characteristics of Donald Trump, sitting at an interesting intersection of political discourse, medical speculation, and public perception of leadership health concerns. Donald Trump's unusual approach to handshaking became a remarkable feature of his presidency, receiving widespread media attention unlike the typically unremarkable handshakes of other politicians. His distinctive handshaking style with world leaders has been extensively analyzed by journalists, psychologists, and academics since his inauguration as the 45th U.S. president. Notable incidents include his interactions with various international figures, a 19-second handshake with Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe that visibly disconcerted the Japanese leader, a strong countering grip from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and multiple memorable encounters with French President Emmanuel Macron, including a 5-second exchange where Macron's knuckles reportedly turned white, and a 29-second Bastille Day handshake that received second-by-second analysis from CNN. The president's handshake technique often involves pulling the other person toward him, asserting dominance through physical positioning. Semiotic scholars have described this approach as taking away options from the person on the other end, creating what would normally be an unproblematic encounter between equals into a mini-battle. Academic George A. Dunn noted that Trump tends to use handshakes as an occasion to assert dominance through tactics like pulling recipients close, adding pats, and extending the duration. World leaders reportedly began preparing specifically for handshake encounters with Trump. Macron openly acknowledged the power dynamic, stating his extended handshake was not innocent and represented a refusal to make small concessions. Trump himself seemed aware of the attention, later commenting about Macron, "He loves holding my hand, and that's good, as far as that goes." Despite the assertive handshaking style he demonstrated as president, Trump has elsewhere expressed germophobic views about handshaking, reportedly describing the practice as barbaric, disgusting, and very, very terrible. This contradiction became particularly notable during the COVID-19 pandemic, when he predicted the social convention might end altogether, while maintaining that, as a politician, he would continue the practice due to its deep-seated symbolic meaning.
How Trump does the thing where he just pulls everybody.
Dude, he got me.
Did.
The motherfucker got me. I was ready.
I knew I was gonna meet him. I shook his hand. I'm like, oh, I know he's about to do. So I fucking anchored myself. I'm like, not today, son.
Strength.
Not today. Would you give me a nice pull? And I'm like, but then the next time I met him, I'm sitting down and he looks at me and he goes like this and he gets up, starts walking towards me. And I get up and I reach over with my hand and he gets and I'm over a table.
He
really fucking got me.
He got
me good. He got me good.
American expansionism under Donald Trump refers to the various proposals and actions aimed at expanding United States territory and influence since his return to the presidency in 2025. In his second inaugural address, Trump became the first president to use the phrase manifest destiny during such a speech, directly referencing potential territorial expansion of the United States. Since beginning his second term, Trump has openly discussed annexing several territories including Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal. He has also suggested invading Venezuela, taking over the Gaza Strip, and attempting to influence the direction of the Catholic Church. These ambitions have been characterized by many observers as a revival of the Monroe Doctrine, treating the Western Hemisphere as a U.S. sphere of influence. Public opinion on these expansionist ideas has been decidedly mixed. According to polling conducted in early 2025, only 4% of Americans support expansion requiring military force, while 33% would support peaceful expansion. Nearly half of all Americans oppose any form of territorial expansion. The Canadian proposal has been particularly contentious, with Trump threatening tariffs and repeatedly referring to Justin Trudeau as the governor of the great state of Canada. Canadian officials have responded with threats of retaliatory tariffs and potential energy shutdowns to the northern United States. An Angus Reid poll showed 90% of Canadians oppose annexation. The Greenland situation escalated when Trump called ownership of the island an absolute necessity for national security. Trump's Panama Canal ambitions center on reclaiming control of the waterway, which the United States transferred to Panama in 1999. He has refused to rule out military action, leading to significant tensions with the Panamanian government and protests throughout the country. Despite this opposition, a joint security deal was eventually signed allowing American troops to be deployed to Panama under certain conditions. These expansionist policies have drawn criticism from numerous international leaders, with many comparing Trump's rhetoric about Canada, Greenland, and Panama to statements made by Vladimir Putin about Ukraine and Xi Jinping about Taiwan. The situation has placed particular strain on relations with traditional U.S. allies, especially in Europe. The quoting Mussolini incident became a notable moment in Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign when he retweeted a quote attributed to fascist Italian dictator Benito Mussolini. During an NBC News interview that later went viral, the president was confronted about sharing the words.
It's okay to know it's Mussolini. Look, Mussolini was Mussolini. It's okay to. It's a very good quote. It's a very interesting quote, and I know it. I saw it. I saw what, and I know who said it. But what difference does it make whether it's Mussolini or somebody else?
When questioned by the interviewer about whether he knew the source of the quote, Trump acknowledged awareness of its origin but dismissively responded, "What difference does it make whether it's Mussolini or somebody else? It's a very interesting quote." He seemed unfazed by the potential controversy, emphasizing instead the engagement numbers across his social media platforms, which he claimed totaled nearly 14 million followers at that time. The exchange highlighted his unconventional approach to political communication, prioritizing attention and engagement over traditional concerns about associating with controversial historical figures. When directly asked if he wanted to be associated with a fascist, he deflected by focusing on the quote itself rather than its author, responding, "I want to be associated with interesting quotes." This moment exemplifies a pattern in his political career where provocative statements and actions generated media coverage regardless of potential backlash. The casual dismissal of concerns about quoting a fascist dictator demonstrated his willingness to break political norms that other candidates typically observed, a strategy that both alienated critics and endeared him to supporters who appreciated his disregard for conventional political boundaries. "Best sex I've ever had" was a sensational headline that appeared on the front page of the New York Post on February 16, 1990. This tabloid classic featured a grinning photo of Donald Trump alongside text claiming his mistress Marla Maples had praised his sexual prowess. The headline emerged during a media frenzy surrounding Trump's marriage to Ivana Trump and his affair with Maples, dominating New York City tabloids for weeks despite major world events like Nelson Mandela's release from prison. The origin of this headline remains disputed. According to one account, Trump himself called the New York Post editor Jerry Nachman, demanding front-page coverage, offering the quote and supposedly getting Maples to confirm it over speakerphone. Another version suggests Post reporter Bill Hoffman obtained the quote from Maples' acting class friends. Either way, the statement became one of the most memorable tabloid headlines of the era, appearing at a time when public figures rarely discussed their sex lives so openly. The president reportedly reveled in the publicity, proudly showing the newspaper to Trump Organization executives despite their concerns about how his children might be affected. His daughter Ivanka, only 9 years old at the time, later described in her book how distressing the media coverage was, recalling that a reporter even asked her if Marla Maples' claims were true, an experience she called insane and offensive. Years later, as Trump entered the political spotlight during his presidential campaign, the headline resurfaced in public discourse. When questioned about it in 2018, Maples denied ever making the statement, telling New York Post reporters, "I never said that, someone else said that," followed by a mysterious wink. Whether fabricated or genuine, this tabloid moment exemplifies how the businessman turned president utilized media sensation and sexual braggadocio to maintain public attention throughout his career. The Trump Bible refers to the God Bless the USA Bible, a specialized compilation first created by country music singer Lee Greenwood in 2021.
I'm proud to be partnering with my very good friend Lee Greenwood. Who doesn't love his song, God Bless the USA?
God bless the USA.
In connection with promoting the God Bless the USA Bible.
This edition contains the King James Version of the Christian Bible alongside several American founding documents including the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, and the Pledge of Allegiance, as well as the chorus of Greenwood's famous patriotic song handwritten by the artist himself. While initially published as a commemorative edition for the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks, the Bible gained renewed attention in 2024 when the president began marketing it under his brand. Selling for $60, the promotional website explicitly advertises it as the only Bible endorsed by Donald Trump, with his name and likeness licensed through one of his business entities. Critics have raised numerous concerns about this publication, including its combination of religious text with nation-specific political documents. A North Carolina evangelical pastor gained national attention for calling it blasphemous and disgusting for linking scripture to American politics. YouTube Bible reviewer Tim Wildsmith criticized its poor physical quality, noting sticky pages that tore easily and text that was difficult to read due to tight formatting. The controversy expanded into the education sphere when Oklahoma's state superintendent of schools announced requirements that would effectively make this Bible or a similar version endorsed by the president's son the only options eligible for a state Bible purchase program. After criticism from legislators regarding potential violations of competitive bidding laws and constitutional concerns, the requirements were revised. Reports later revealed that nearly 120,000 copies of the Bible were printed in Hangzhou, China at a production cost of less than $3 per book, despite the retail price being 20 times higher. During the presidential campaign, some observers raised questions about potential conflicts of interest related to this and other business ventures pursued by the candidate. John McCain comments represent one of Donald Trump's most controversial public exchanges, beginning in July 2015 while Trump was campaigning for president. During an interview at the Family Leadership Summit in Iowa, when questioned about McCain's military service, Trump infamously stated,
He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you. Do you
He's a
agree
war
with
hero.
that?
He's a war hero because he was captured. Okay? You can have, and I believe perhaps he's a war hero, but right now he said some very bad things about a lot of people.
This remark about McCain, who spent 5.5 years as a prisoner of war in Vietnam after his plane was shot down, immediately sparked widespread condemnation from both Republicans and Democrats. The feud continued well beyond that initial comment. In 2016, McCain initially said he would vote for Trump despite the insults, but withdrew his support following the release of the Access Hollywood tape. Trump, seemingly unable to let the conflict rest, continued his criticisms even after McCain's death from brain cancer in August 2018. In March 2019, 7 months after McCain's passing, Trump reignited the controversy by criticizing McCain's decisive thumbs-down vote that prevented the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. During a visit to an Army tank manufacturing facility in Ohio, Trump complained about McCain's funeral, saying, "I gave him the kind of funeral that he wanted, which as president I had to approve. I don't care about this. I didn't get thank you." The conflict extended into the 2024 election cycle when Trump mocked McCain's inability to get his arm up when voting against healthcare reform, an apparent reference to McCain's war injuries that limited his arm mobility. This comment prompted McCain's daughter Meghan to defend her father on social media, calling him an American hero and an icon, while dismissing Trump as an election-denying huckster. Trump's persistent attacks on McCain, continuing years after the senator's death, represent one of the president's most enduring and divisive feuds with a fellow Republican. The comments not only strained Trump's relationship with the McCain family, but also highlighted his willingness to break with political norms about respecting deceased political figures and military veterans. Bart to the Future is an episode from the 11th season of The Simpsons that aired on March 19, 2000. In this episode, Bart Simpson receives a vision of his future as a failed musician, while his sister Lisa becomes President of the United States. What makes this episode particularly notable is that it references Lisa Simpson inheriting a budget crisis from a previous Donald Trump presidency, 16 years before he would actually win the 2016 election.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump. How bad is it, Secretary Van Houten?
We're broke.
The episode was written by Dan Greeny, who later explained in a 2016 interview that the Trump presidency reference just seemed like the logical last stop before hitting bottom. He noted that it aligned with their vision of America going insane within the fictional future timeline. This throwaway line largely went unnoticed when the episode first aired, but gained significant media attention during Trump's presidential campaign and after his election victory. Following Trump's win in November 2016, the show acknowledged its prediction in a subsequent episode with Bart writing, "Being right sucks" on the chalkboard during the opening credits. The episode received renewed attention again during the 2021 inauguration, when observers compared Vice President Kamala Harris's outfit to the one worn by President Lisa Simpson in the episode. The coincidence became even more remarkable during the 2024 election cycle, when Harris became the Democratic nominee following President Biden's withdrawal from the race, mirroring aspects of the episode's fictional timeline where Lisa becomes president. The episode has become one of the most frequently cited examples of The Simpsons seemingly predicting future events, alongside other notable instances throughout the show's long history. McDonald's at the White House refers to a memorable incident during Donald Trump's presidency when he served fast food to visiting college athletes on silver platters. This unusual White House dinner took place in January 2019 during a partial government shutdown. As the government shutdown reached its 24th day, the White House residence staff, including chefs, had been furloughed due to the budget impasse. Rather than canceling the reception for the Clemson University football team, who had just won the national championship, the president decided to personally pay for a fast food feast.
Do we have no food for you because we have a shutdown? Or do we give you some little quick salads that the First Lady will make along with the Second Lady? They'll make some salads. Do I go out and send out for about 1,000 hamburgers, Big Macs? So we bought 1,000 Burger King, all American companies. Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's.
Trump proudly displayed McDonald's Quarter Pounders, Wendy's burgers, Domino's pizza, and Burger King offerings on elegant silver platters in the state dining room. The incongruous sight of fast food packaging under the glow of crystal chandeliers created a striking visual that quickly went viral across social media platforms. "I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King with some pizza," he told reporters before the event. "I really mean it. It'll be interesting, and I would think that's their favorite food." The contrast between the formal White House setting and the fast food spread became an instantly memorable moment of his presidency. Some viewed it as a relatable all-American gesture, while critics saw it as lacking the dignity expected at the historic residence. For many, this event perfectly encapsulated the unconventional nature of Trump's presidency. A billionaire businessman serving inexpensive fast food on priceless White House silverware, while government workers remained unpaid during a political standoff he had initiated over border wall funding. The Macarena parody refers to a comedic song released during the 2024 presidential campaign that featured Donald Trump performing a parody of the classic 1990s hit Macarena. This viral video showed the president attempting the iconic dance moves, while lyrics focused on his campaign against Kamala Harris played in the background.
Campbell is never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Campbell is never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Macarena!
Every Second Counts parodies emerged as a viral internet phenomenon following Donald Trump's 2017 inaugural address. The movement began when Dutch comedian Arjen Lubach created a parody video on his show Zondag met Lubach just 2 days after Trump's inauguration, directly responding to the president's America First declaration. In Lubach's original video, voice actor Greg Shapiro mimicked Trump's speaking style while introducing the Netherlands with self-deprecating humor, ultimately requesting that the Netherlands be considered second if America was to be first.
Dear Mr. President, welcome to this introduction video about the Netherlands. It's gonna be a great video. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic. We've got a great dependency on the United States. It's huge. We totally understand. It's going to be America first. But can we just say the Netherlands second? Is that okay?
The video struck a chord internationally, garnering over 73 million views within weeks and capturing media attention worldwide. The parody format truly exploded when German comedian Jan Böhmermann created his own version on Neo Magazine Royale, playfully challenging the Dutch claim to second place while encouraging comedians across Europe to produce similar videos. This launched what became known as the Every Second Counts Challenge, with production teams from numerous countries quickly joining the movement. The videos shared common elements while maintaining cultural specificity. Many mocked Trump's controversial policies and statements, including his immigration stance, proposed border wall, treatment of women, and apparent lack of commitment to NATO. The parodies frequently incorporated self-deprecating humor about each country's history and characteristics, while drawing unflattering comparisons to Trump's America. What began as a European phenomenon soon expanded globally, with countries from multiple continents participating. The movement's organization evolved from a virtual NATO-style council room layout to a clickable world map divided by continent on the EverySecondCounts.eu website, demonstrating how rapidly this form of political satire spread across cultural boundaries in response to Trump's America First rhetoric. The Trump Nation lawsuit began in January 2006, when Donald Trump filed a $5 billion legal action against journalist Timothy O'Brien and Warner Books over claims made in the 2005 book, Trump Nation: The Art of Being the Donald. The lawsuit primarily centered on O'Brien's assertion that Trump was not actually a billionaire, but instead had a net worth between $150 million and $250 million, a claim based on interviews with 3 anonymous sources who had worked with the future president. The former reality TV star sought $2.5 billion in compensatory damages, plus an additional $2.5 billion in punitive damages, insisting his actual worth was at least $2.7 billion. Before filing the suit, his attorneys had demanded Warner Books recall all copies, issue corrections, and apologize, a demand the publisher rejected, expressing full confidence in O'Brien's research and reporting. During depositions, Trump made notable statements about his own net worth, explaining that it fluctuates based not only on markets but also on his feelings and attitudes about world events. He stated that even his feelings about himself after events like September 11th affected how he valued himself, offering a revealing glimpse into his approach to calculating his financial status. The lawsuit was ultimately dismissed in July 2009 by Judge Michelle Fox. Trump appealed this decision, but an appeals court affirmed the dismissal in September 2011. The court noted there was insufficient evidence of malice, explaining that proving claims were false wasn't enough. Trump would have needed to prove O'Brien knew the information was false when publishing it. Years later, the businessman turned politician reflected on the lawsuit with a revealing comment to the Washington Post. "I spent a couple of bucks on legal fees, and they spent a whole lot more. I did it to make his life miserable, which I'm happy about." This statement suggested the litigation may have been motivated more by personal grievance than legitimate legal concerns, highlighting how seriously he took challenges to his public image of wealth and success. The registered Democrat for many years of his life entry reveals a surprising chapter in Donald Trump's political journey. Despite being known today as a Republican figurehead, Trump officially registered as a Democrat in 2001 and maintained this affiliation for 8 full years, a significant portion of his pre-presidential political life. During this Democratic period, the businessman even expressed preference for Democratic economic policies. In a 2004 CNN interview, he candidly stated that the economy does better under the Democrats than the Republicans, adding that it shouldn't be that way, but acknowledged the pattern he observed. This statement stands in stark contrast to his later Republican messaging. The president's political journey has been remarkably fluid, with records showing he changed his party affiliation 5 times throughout his adult life. Beginning as a Republican in 1987, he later joined the Independence Party of New York in 1999, briefly flirted with a Reform Party presidential run in 2000, became a Democrat in 2001, and finally returned to the Republican Party in 2012, where he has remained since. Perhaps most surprising to recent observers is that Trump's political donations once crossed party lines as well. State records show he contributed $6,000 to Kamala Harris's campaign when she was California's Attorney General, $5,000 in 2011, and another $1,000 in 2013. His daughter Ivanka also donated $2,000 to Harris's re-election campaign in 2014, creating an ironic financial connection between future political rivals. Political analysts suggest these shifting affiliations reflect more about opportunity than ideology. While he has maintained consistent positions on certain issues like foreign policy and crime, many of his other political stances have evolved dramatically based on the political landscape, suggesting his ultimate loyalty may be less to party principles and more to pathways to power and influence. Andrew Jackson is Trump's favorite president, refers to Donald Trump's well-documented admiration for America's 7th president. Trump prominently restored Jackson's portrait to the Oval Office upon taking office, signaling his identification with the controversial 19th century leader nicknamed Old Hickory. The president sees himself reflected in Jackson's brash, confrontational leadership style and his willingness to push executive power to its limits. Both men share philosophical parallels in their definition of freedom, particularly the belief that presidential authority should face minimal restraint from legislative or judicial control. Despite these similarities, key differences exist between the two presidents. While Jackson relied heavily on close friends and family members as advisors, sometimes called his kitchen cabinet, historians note that Jackson ultimately proved adept at resisting sycophants and maintaining focus on his administrative goals. He was described as a builder, not a destroyer, of administrations. Trump's presidency, by contrast, operates in an era where unelected presidential aides wield significantly more influence than in Jackson's time. These modern advisors often operate without congressional oversight or public scrutiny, creating potential governance vulnerabilities that Jackson managed to avoid despite his similar outsider status in Washington. Trump's comments on the American Civil War represent some of his most peculiar historical observations. During a 2024 visit to Gettysburg, he offered an inaccurate retelling of the battle, claiming Robert E. Lee warned, "Never fight uphill, me boys," and lamenting that Lee lost his great general during the conflict, despite the fact that it was Lee himself who ordered the ill-fated uphill assault known as Pickett's Charge against the advice of his generals. The president also once placed a monument on his Virginia golf course commemorating an entirely imaginary Civil War battle, which he called the River of Blood. When historians pointed out no such battle ever occurred, he reportedly insisted they were wrong. In one of his most puzzling historical analyses, he questioned why the Civil War happened at all, saying, "People don't ask that question, but why was there the Civil War? Why could that one not have been worked out?" This statement ignores the thousands of books and articles addressing precisely this question, as well as the fundamental conflict over slavery that historians broadly recognize as the war's primary cause. He has repeatedly claimed that Andrew Jackson could have prevented the Civil War entirely, stating Jackson was really angry that he saw what was happening, and said there's no reason for this. This assertion is particularly strange since Jackson died 16 years before the war began in 1845. During campaign events at Gettysburg, he has described the battle using a curious mix of adjectives including beautiful, horrible, interesting, unbelievable, and vicious. While acknowledging Lincoln as potentially the only president greater than himself, he has simultaneously suggested Lincoln bears responsibility for failing to prevent the conflict through superior executive leadership. The Warsaw Speech stands as one of Donald Trump's most significant foreign policy addresses, delivered on July 6, 2017, before the Warsaw Uprising Monument at Krasinski Square in Poland. Speaking for nearly 39 minutes, the then-president articulated his vision for Western civilization while standing at a location deeply symbolic of Polish resistance. During this address, Trump emphasized the importance of defending Western values against terrorism and extremism, frequently praising Poland's historical resilience in the face of oppression. His remarks highlighted the Polish people's unity against communism, specifically recalling the 1979 gathering where Pope John Paul II's visit inspired the famous chant, "We want God," that would eventually contribute to solidarity movements culminating in the fall of the Berlin Wall. The speech contained substantial policy elements as well, including pledges to strengthen American-Polish economic ties and provide alternative energy sources to reduce Poland's dependence on Russian gas. This energy component proved consequential, as Poland would later sign both short and long-term deals to import liquefied natural gas from the United States, diminishing Russian leverage in the European energy market. The Donald Trump 2000 presidential campaign began on October 7, 1999, when the New York real estate developer announced the creation of a presidential exploratory committee.
When are you going to make a call?
I would say probably in February.
What's going to be the determining factors?
Whether or not I can win. If I can win, maybe I'll do it. And,
but is that going to be a result of polling, or is that going to be a result of reception
just
you get?
feeling, everything I do, even buying this great building, this was feel.
You at all worried about getting credibility as a candidate?
Well, I think the credibility I have is maybe the best. I mean, who else has done what I've done in this sense? And I've done it myself, and I'm very proud of it. And we'll see what happens, Brian. It'll be a lot of fun.
Though Trump had never held elected office, he was well known for his business ventures and frequent commentary on public affairs. This wasn't his first flirtation with presidential politics. He had previously considered running in 1988 as a Republican, but ultimately chose not to enter the race. Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura, a Reform Party member, had encouraged Trump to seek the party's nomination. The Reform Party was experiencing internal fracturing despite having secured ballot access and qualifying for federal matching funds following Ross Perot's 1996 presidential run. Trump focused his campaign on several key issues: international trade reform, eliminating the national debt, and achieving universal health care, ideas he outlined in his campaign book, The America We Deserve, released in January 2000. During his brief campaign, Trump named media mogul Oprah Winfrey as his ideal running mate and claimed he would immediately marry his then-girlfriend Melania Knauss to make her First Lady. Critics questioned whether his campaign was merely a publicity stunt designed to strengthen his brand and sell books, accusations Trump firmly denied while insisting he had a genuine chance to win the election. Trump's campaign remained in the exploratory phase throughout its duration. He made numerous media appearances, attended campaign events in Florida, California, and Minnesota, and qualified for 2 presidential primaries. Veteran political strategist Roger Stone served as director of his exploratory committee, helping shape the campaign's messaging and strategy. The campaign came to an end on February 14, 2000, when Trump announced his withdrawal during an appearance on NBC's The Today Show. He cited the Reform Party's internal conflicts as making victory impossible, particularly following Ventura's exit from the party earlier that month. Despite withdrawing, Trump won both Reform Party primaries for which he had qualified in Michigan and California. Pat Buchanan ultimately secured the Reform Party's nomination and received 0.4% of the vote in the general election. 16 years later, Trump would mount a full-scale presidential campaign, secure the Republican nomination, and win election as the 45th President of the United States. This entry is in reference to one of Donald Trump's most memorable Twitter moments during his presidency. In April 2018, after rapper Kanye West expressed his admiration for the then-president, Trump responded with this unexpectedly casual and enthusiastic tweet. The phrase quickly took on a life of its own, spreading across the internet as both a genuine expression of gratitude and as an ironic meme. The backstory involves Kanye publicly declaring his support for Trump, even wearing a red Make America Great Again hat in photos shared on social media. When many criticized the rapper for this alliance, he doubled down, tweeting about dragon energy and brotherhood with the president. In response, the president quoted West's tweet and added those 5 now famous words that perfectly captured his distinctive social media voice. What made this interaction so notable was how it bridged 2 seemingly separate cultural worlds, hip-hop and conservative politics. The casual nature of the president's response, lacking the formal tone typically expected from the Oval Office, exemplified his unconventional communication style. Soon after, the phrase became shorthand for any awkward or unexpected endorsement, with people employing it sarcastically across social media platforms. Internet users began applying "Thank you X, very cool" to everything from questionable fashion choices to bizarre news headlines. The simplicity of the wording, combined with its presidential origin, gave it staying power in online culture long after both men had moved on to other controversies. For Trump supporters, it represented his ability to connect with cultural figures outside traditional political circles. For critics, it epitomized what they saw as his unusual and sometimes bewildering communication approach. In the Studio with 50 Cent and G-Unit represents one of the more unexpected connections in the president's entertainment industry history. A TikTok video shows Trump and the rapper together on G-Unit radio back in the day, showcasing an earlier relationship before their more recent political interactions.
See who I'm sitting next to? Donald Trump. Smell the money. Donald Trump, just say something.
I'm here, folks. I'm here. Whoa!
Smell the money.
Great group of people.
Smell the money.
The footage, shared by a hip-hop historian account, captures a surprising moment of these 2 New York natives in the same space. The connection between these 2 figures has extended beyond just a studio visit. Both men share deeper similarities than might be initially apparent. They're both from Jamaica, Queens, have authored multiple books, and have even experienced high-profile bankruptcy situations despite public personas built around financial success. This overlap between these larger-than-life personalities has been noted by commentators, with the nightly show's Mike Yard once calling Trump the 50 Cent of the Republican Party. Their relationship has evolved over the years, moving from entertainment industry acquaintances to a more complex political association. During the 2024 presidential campaign, the G-Unit founder revealed he turned down a $3 million offer to perform at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, stating, I'm afraid of politics, you understand. Despite this caution, he has occasionally shown support for the businessman-turned-politician. After Trump's election victory in November 2024, the rapper posted photos of himself with the president-elect on social media with the caption, "I don't care how the fight goes, I'm leaving with the winner." When the looting starts, the shooting starts became one of the most controversial phrases associated with Donald Trump's presidency. In May 2020, during the nationwide protests following George Floyd's murder, the president tweeted these exact words while addressing the growing unrest in Minneapolis. The statement immediately ignited widespread criticism and was flagged by Twitter for glorifying violence, a rare action taken against a sitting president's social media post. The phrase itself carries a deeply troubling historical context that predates Trump by decades. Originally uttered by Miami Police Chief Walter Headley in 1967 during the Civil Rights era, these words were part of his announced Get Tough policy targeting black neighborhoods. Headley, who had been characterized in historical records as having a long history of bigotry, made the statement during a press conference where he also declared, "We don't mind being accused of police brutality." When confronted about the phrase's origins in a later interview with Fox News' Harris Faulkner, Trump incorrectly attributed it to Philadelphia Mayor Frank Rizzo. Upon learning the actual source, he claimed he was unaware of its racially charged history. He later attempted to reframe the tweet as a warning about the dangers of looting rather than an authorization for deadly force. The controversy extended beyond Twitter to other platforms. While Twitter placed a warning label on the tweet, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg decided to leave the identical post untouched on his platform. This decision sparked significant internal protest at Facebook, with hundreds of employees staging a virtual walkout and several former employees publishing an open letter condemning the company's position. r/The Donald was a subreddit created on June 27, 2015, shortly after Donald Trump announced his presidential campaign. Initially intended as a place to follow Trump-related news, it rapidly grew into one of Reddit's most active communities, eventually reaching over 790,000 subscribers who referred to themselves as Patriots. The subreddit became infamous for its unique culture and slang, with users referring to Trump as God Emperor and frequently using terms like centipede, nimble navigator, and MAGA. The community became a powerful force on Reddit, with users coordinating to dominate the site's algorithms and push content to the front page. This led to multiple interventions from Reddit administrators who changed site-wide algorithms specifically to prevent the subreddit from overwhelming the site's main feed. The subreddit also gained notoriety for hosting AMAs, Ask Me Anything sessions, with prominent right-wing figures, including Trump himself in July 2016. Despite having rules against racism and anti-Semitism, the subreddit developed a reputation for hosting conspiracy theories, inflammatory content, and coordinated harassment campaigns. The community was quarantined by Reddit in June 2019 after members posted threats against public officials during the Oregon Senate Republican walkouts. This restricted its visibility and removed various features from the subreddit. Trump's digital director Brad Parscale visited the subreddit daily, and campaign staff monitored it for emerging trends. Several of Trump's tweets contained images that had appeared on the subreddit just hours earlier, leading many to believe the president or his team were active readers of the community. After a period of restricted mode in February 2020, Reddit permanently banned the subreddit on June 29, 2020, citing repeated rule violations. This entry is in reference to a board game named after Donald Trump, first released by Milton Bradley Company in 1989. The game promised players the thrill of high-stakes deal-making and property acquisition, marketed with the memorable tagline, "It's not whether you win or lose, it's whether you win." Despite ambitious sales projections of 2 million copies, the original version sold only 800,000 units, falling significantly short of expectations. The game's creation involved direct input from the future president himself, who worked with game specialists at Milton Bradley for over a year on its development. When pitched the concept at Trump Tower by designer Jeffrey Breslow, he famously interrupted the presentation with an enthusiastic, "I like it," What's next? The businessman negotiated a 60-40 profit split in his favor and promised his portion would go to charities benefiting cerebral palsy, AIDS research, and homeless initiatives. In 2004, following the success of his reality television show, The Apprentice, Parker Brothers released an updated version of the game. This edition featured his now famous catchphrase, "You're fired," and simplified rules to address complaints that the original was too complicated. With its 12-page rulebook and complex financial mechanics, many purchasers of the original version reportedly never even removed it from the box. Both iterations featured distinctive T-pawns, property boxes, and Trump-branded currency in denominations of millions, with the president's face adorning the $100 million bills. Critics noted the game's striking visual design with its black and gold color scheme, but delivered mixed reviews on the gameplay itself. Some appreciated its interactive business dealings, while others found it cramped and short-lived compared to established classics like Monopoly. By 2016, during his presidential campaign, the game had become a collector's item, with journalists questioning whether the promised charitable donations from the game's proceeds had ever materialized. The Trump Organization, Hasbro, and the president himself declined to comment on these inquiries, leaving this aspect of the game's legacy unresolved. Donald L. Trump makes his appearance in our Iceberg as a fascinating case of name coincidence that has created decades of confusion. Born July 31, 1945, Donald Lynn "Skip" Trump is a renowned American oncologist who served as executive director and chief executive officer of the Inova Shar Cancer Institute in Virginia since 2015. Despite sharing both first and last names with the president, the two men have absolutely no family relation. Throughout his distinguished medical career, the doctor has specialized in treating genitourinary cancers, particularly focusing on prostate cancer research. His impressive resume includes leadership positions at prestigious institutions like the Wisconsin Clinical Cancer Center, Duke University Comprehensive Cancer Center, and the University of Pittsburgh Cancer Institute before becoming president of Roswell Park Cancer Institute from 2007 to 2014. While the politician Trump built skyscrapers, this Trump was building innovative cancer treatment approaches. The two Trumps have crossed paths on a few occasions over the years. In the 1980s, Dr. Trump sent a letter to the businessman Trump, humorously asking for advice on handling the ridicule that came with their shared name. Years later, in 2010, they spoke by phone when the businessman called to request his friend's son be admitted to a clinical trial. During this conversation, the doctor boldly asked if the future president would shave his famous hair for a cancer fundraiser called Bald for Bucks, a request that was politely declined. As the businessman's political profile rose, Dr. Trump increasingly relied on his nickname Skip to avoid confusion. The physician made his political differences with his namesake quite clear, describing the politician's rhetoric as hostile and distinctly out of place in public discourse. He did not vote for his namesake in the 2016 election and has expressed concern about the politician's lack of empathy. In a surprising moment of humility from the typically boastful businessman, Donald J. Trump once recorded a video message for a Roswell Park fundraiser in which he referred to Dr. Donald L. Trump as probably more important than himself. This rare acknowledgement highlights how even the most self-assured individuals occasionally recognize others who share their spotlight, especially when they also share their name. Cancion de Trump refers to a popular song released in 2020 by the Cuban-American salsa band Los Three de la Habana, the Three from Havana.
With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on fighting. And together, we will make America great again.
The track gained significant attention when it was used by the Trump campaign in a Spanish-language advertisement called Poor Trump, aimed at Hispanic voters during the 2020 presidential election. The catchy tune became something of a phenomenon within certain Latino communities, particularly among Cuban Americans. The song, which was released in both Spanish and English versions, expressed support for the president and encouraged listeners to vote for him. It blended pride in Cuban and American identity while portraying Trump as a champion of economic prosperity. The chorus, with its distinctive I rhythm, became instantly recognizable among his Hispanic supporters during campaign events. What makes this musical curiosity particularly notable is how it represents a cultural bridge between traditional Latin music and American politics. The band's relationship with Trump continued beyond the campaign trail, as they were invited to perform at his residence in Mar-a-Lago in 2024, and later at the official Hispanic inaugural gala following his 2024 election victory. The song stands as an unusual artifact of political pop culture, showcasing how modern presidential campaigns increasingly utilize diverse cultural expressions to connect with specific voting demographics. Comrade Trump refers to a curious moment during a campaign speech where Donald Trump referenced Vladimir Lenin while discussing vote counting.
You know, Lenin, did anyone ever hear of Lenin? He said, the vote counter is far more important than the candidate. Has anyone ever heard that? Lenin, as they say in Russia.
During this speech, the president asked his audience if they had heard of Lenin, then proceeded to attribute a quote to the Russian revolutionary leader about vote counters being more important than candidates. This moment became notable as it represented an unusual instance where he cited a communist figure in a seemingly positive or matter-of-fact context. The attribution itself drew attention from historians and political commentators, as the quote's origin is disputed, with some suggesting it may actually be paraphrased from a statement by Joseph Stalin rather than Lenin. What makes this reference particularly intriguing is how it reflects the complicated relationship between Trump and Russia that defined parts of his presidency. Throughout his time in office, accusations of Russian connections dogged his administration, making this casual reference to a founding father of Soviet communism all the more remarkable to observers. His delivery of the quote, with the characteristic aside, as they say in Russia, added to the peculiarity of the moment. The former business mogul, who positioned himself as staunchly anti-communist and pro-capitalist throughout his career, citing Lenin struck many as an unexpected ideological crossover. The incident exemplifies how he often made surprising historical references that would generate discussion about his knowledge of political history and the figures he chose to quote, regardless of their alignment with his own stated political philosophy. "It's Hillary" captures a spontaneous moment during one of Donald Trump's campaign rallies in New Hampshire. While the president was speaking, a dog could be heard barking in the distance, briefly interrupting his address. As he acknowledged the sound, asking, "Is that a dog?"
In fact, my pilot said, "No, Mr. Trump, this is something you shouldn't do." What was that? Is that a dog? Uh-oh, it's Hillary. Only in New Hampshire, right? That was first it was a squeaky dog, then it was a very serious dog, right?
This small incident exemplifies the informal, sometimes unpredictable atmosphere that became characteristic of his political rallies throughout his campaigns. "November Rain" is the greatest music video ever, stands out as one of Donald Trump's more unexpected pop culture opinions. In 2020, former White House press secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders revealed in her book that the president once declared the Guns N' Roses epic to be the greatest music video of all time, even making Sanders and communications director Hope Hicks watch the 9-minute video in the Oval Office to prove his point. The scene described by Sanders presents an unusual image. The commander-in-chief and 2 top advisors huddled around a screen watching Axl Rose's lavish 1992 production, complete with orchestras, desert weddings, and enigmatic funeral scenes. The president's enthusiasm for the video seems genuine, as he reportedly insisted on adding the song to his campaign rally playlists back in 2018, bringing Axl's piano ballad to MAGA gatherings across America. This peculiar musical preference stands in stark contrast to the relationship between the artist and the politician. Axl Rose has been openly critical of Trump throughout his political career, making the president's admiration all the more ironic. What remains unknown is how deep his appreciation for Guns N' Roses really goes, whether he contemplated the video's mysterious storyline, pondered Slash's iconic guitar solo in the desert, or simply enjoyed the grandiose production values of what was, at the time, the most expensive music video ever created. God Emperor Trump refers to a massive 65-foot papier-mâché sculpture that depicted Donald Trump as the fictional God Emperor of mankind from the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Created by Italian artist Fabrizio Galli for the 2019 Carnival of Viareggio in Italy, this towering figure became an unexpected cultural touchpoint in the complex iconography surrounding the president. The golden armored colossus featured Twitter birds on its sword and knee pads, depicting various political figures, blending pop culture references with political satire. Though intended as mockery, the sculpture's reception proved as divided as opinions about its subject. The creator explained that he meant to criticize the president's approach to international affairs, particularly his economic policies, symbolized by the sword engraved with Dazi Vostri, an Italian phrase meaning your taxes, but also a pun on a more vulgar expression. Galli specifically noted that the sword represented how the former commander-in-chief was trying to destroy nations with the economy instead of nuclear missiles, drawing parallels between Trump's presidency and the fictional authoritarian regime from the tabletop game. What makes this entry particularly fascinating is how it highlights the blurred lines between criticism and celebration in political imagery. Many Trump supporters embraced rather than rejected the God Emperor comparison, having already circulated similar photoshopped images as memes before the float's creation. Conservative commentators even mistakenly interpreted the Carnival float as a tribute rather than satire, while more liberal publications like the Huffington Post described it as terrifying. This misalignment of intended message and received meaning mirrors the polarized interpretations that characterized so much of his presidency. The character Biff Tannen in Back to the Future was reportedly inspired by Donald Trump, though this connection was only explicitly confirmed years after the films were released. When asked about the similarities between the wealthy, casino-owning bully from the sequel and the real estate mogul, co-writer Bob Gale acknowledged, "Yeah, that's what we were thinking about." The resemblance becomes particularly apparent in Back to the Future Part 2, where Biff transforms Hill Valley into a dystopian nightmare after acquiring wealth and power. Originally, Biff was named after studio executive Ned Tannen, who had aggressively confronted the film's writers over a previous project. However, as the October 2015 date depicted in the sequel approached, media outlets began highlighting the uncanny parallels between the alternate 1985 version of Biff and the president. Both owned lavish casino properties with penthouse suites, and both leveraged their wealth to gain political influence, creating environments where they could operate above the law. The visual similarities between Biff's casino penthouse and Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino have been noted by publications including The Daily Beast and Rolling Stone. In the film's dystopian timeline, the character uses profits from his 27-story casino to influence the Republican Party before assuming political power himself, transforming his hometown into a lawless wasteland where he encourages citizens to call him America's greatest living folk hero. It should be mentioned that the fact-checking website Snopes has questioned this claimed inspiration, noting that neither Gale nor director Robert Zemeckis mentioned Trump as their muse until after social media comparisons became widespread. They suggest the connection might have been retrofitted to 2015's current events, not prescience on the part of the filmmakers. Regardless of when the inspiration was acknowledged, the parallels between fiction and reality remain strikingly apparent to many viewers. Trump Steaks was a short-lived brand of premium meat products launched by Donald Trump in May 2007. Marketed with the ambitious tagline, "The World's Greatest Steaks," these USDA Angus certified cuts were exclusively sold through the Sharper Image catalog and retail stores, as well as on the QVC shopping channel, positioning them as luxury items rather than grocery store fare. The former business mogul personally promoted the venture, appearing on QVC and even enlisting contestants from his reality show, The Apprentice, to help market the products at a Rockefeller Plaza event. Packages ranged dramatically in price from $199 for a basic selection including 2 ribeyes, 2 filet mignons, and 12 burgers, all the way up to a staggering $999 for the premium collection, with a special gift card option available for $1,037. Despite the fanfare surrounding their release, Trump steaks suffered from lackluster sales and failed to meet expectations. The sharper image discontinued the product line just 2 months after launch, with company CEO Jerry Levin later revealing they had sold barely $50,000 worth of steaks in total. The meat supplier behind the operation was Buckhead Beef, an Atlanta-based Cisco subsidiary that already provided products to many of his hotel casino properties. The brand resurfaced in public consciousness during the 2016 presidential campaign when political opponents cited it among his business failures. In a memorable response, he displayed what he claimed were Trump steaks at a Florida press conference celebrating primary victories, though observers noted they appeared to be from a local West Palm Beach butcher. The Trump steaks trademark, originally registered in August 2006, was officially canceled in December 2014, marking the end of this brief and ultimately unsuccessful venture into the premium meat market. The Never Surrender high-top sneakers emerged as one of the president's more unusual merchandise ventures when they debuted in February 2024. Trump personally unveiled these gold-adorned high-tops at SneakerCon in Philadelphia, where his appearance generated a mixed reception of both enthusiastic support and vocal criticism from attendees. Limited to just 1,000 pairs and priced at $399 each, these made-to-order shoes sold out within hours on their dedicated website, which also featured cologne, perfume, and additional footwear options. These striking sneakers feature an abundance of gold coloring on the quarter, tip, vamp, tongue, shoelaces, and heel sections, with American flag designs adorning the collar and sock lining. The design incorporates a white midsole and red outsole, creating a patriotic color scheme throughout. Some fashion industry observers have suggested the design bears similarities to other well-known luxury footwear, particularly noting potential trademark concerns regarding the distinctive red outsole associated with Christian Louboutin shoes. The release prompted varied reactions across political and cultural spheres, while fashion writer Derek Guy described the promotion as embarrassing when compared to the formal presentation of other world leaders. The sneakers even inspired a satirical Saturday Night Live sketch titled Trump Sneakers, featuring a fictional trailer where the shoes magically granted their wearer the ability to mislead others about personal accomplishments. At least 10 pairs received the businessman's personal autograph, with one such pair selling for $9,000 to Roman Scharf, a watch dealer. Following his public support of the footwear online, Scharf received an invitation to Trump International Golf Club, highlighting how the president used the sneaker launch to connect with supportive entrepreneurs. The long-standing rivalry between Donald Trump and Barack Obama reached a pivotal moment at the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner. While this high-profile event typically showcases the president's humorous side, the night of April 30th transformed from a roast of Obama into a roast of Donald Trump. With Trump sitting stone-faced in the audience, Obama delivered pointed jokes about Trump's obsession with conspiracy theories, including the false birther claims questioning Obama's citizenship.
Donald Trump is here tonight. Now, I know that he's taken some flack lately, but no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? Say what you will about Mr. Trump, he certainly would bring some change to the White House.
Many analysts believe this public humiliation sparked something in the business tycoon, potentially motivating him to seek revenge by pursuing the presidency himself. Trump sat visibly uncomfortable throughout the event, wondering why he had become Obama's target. Interestingly, Elon Musk also attended this famous dinner, the same tech mogul who would later play an instrumental role in Trump's 2024 election victory. The feud had actually begun years earlier when Trump latched onto the false birther allegations claiming Obama wasn't born in the United States. These claims originally circulated during Hillary Clinton's 2008 campaign, particularly stuck with America's first black president. Trump repeatedly amplified these false allegations, turning what began as campaign mudslinging into a years-long political grudge. What started as Obama's attempt to humorously put Trump in his place ultimately backfired dramatically. Obama would often joke that Trump would never become president, yet Trump delivered two devastating blows to the Democrats in the 2016 and 2024 elections.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
Last Tuesday, Trump hosted a dinner at his Mar-a-Lago home with music mogul Kanye West, who has been denounced for his anti-Semitism. West brought along Nick Fuentes, a politically active white supremacist and Holocaust denier.
This meeting immediately sparked widespread criticism across the political spectrum due to both guests' well-documented histories of anti-Semitic statements. What was supposedly planned as a private dinner between the two controversial figures morphed into something far more problematic when the rapper arrived with several unexpected guests, including Fuentes. The evening quickly turned tense as Ye reportedly criticized him for not doing enough to help those arrested during the January 6th Capitol riots, and even suggested that Trump should be his vice presidential running mate instead of the other way around. According to accounts from those present, the former commander-in-chief became visibly upset during portions of the exchange. Several sources claimed Trump was initially impressed with the 24-year-old Fuentes, who had gained notoriety as a far-right live streamer who attended the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville and promoted Holocaust denial. When questioned about his association with such controversial figures, he maintained he had no prior knowledge of Fuentes before the dinner and had only intended to give advice to Ye regarding his business difficulties. The fallout was swift and severe. Even loyal Republicans spoke out against the meeting, with former Vice President Mike Pence stating that Trump was wrong to give a white nationalist, an anti-Semite and Holocaust denier a seat at the table, and suggesting he should apologize. Teetotaler by choice refers to Donald Trump's lifelong abstention from alcohol, a personal decision that separates him from many political figures. Unlike most world leaders who raise champagne for diplomatic toasts, the president has been observed lifting glasses of Diet Coke instead, maintaining his commitment to avoiding alcoholic beverages even during formal ceremonies. At his second inauguration in January 2025, he toasted Vice President J.D. Vance with Diet Coke rather than champagne, continuing this practice from his first term. The roots of this choice trace back to family tragedy. Trump has attributed his decision to abstain from alcohol to the influence of his older brother, Fred Trump Jr., who struggled with alcoholism before dying of a heart attack at just 42 years old in 1981. During a 2018 news conference, Trump recalled his brother's advice saying, "Don't drink, don't drink," words he took to heart and has followed throughout his life. Despite owning businesses that profit from alcohol sales, including hotels, golf clubs, and even the Trump Winery in Charlottesville, Virginia, he maintains his personal abstinence. Trump once described not drinking as one of my only good traits, a rare self-deprecating comment from a man not known for understatement. His aversion extends beyond just alcohol to include tobacco as well, making him one of the few presidents in modern history to avoid both substances entirely. This personal stance has occasionally influenced his reactions to others' behavior. When Justice Brett Kavanaugh repeatedly mentioned his fondness for beer during contentious confirmation hearings, Trump was reportedly extremely put off by these comments, according to former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Similar concerns arose regarding Pentagon nominee Pete Hegseth's drinking habits during Trump's second administration. Donald Trump's Real Estate Tycoon was a business simulation video game developed by RedCap and published by Activision Value in 2002 for Windows, with mobile versions following in 2004. The game allowed players to compete against a virtual version of the future president himself, who provided his actual voice recordings for the game, making this one of his lesser-known media appearances before his political career took center stage. In the game, players worked their way through 5 international cities including New York, Los Angeles, and Paris, purchasing properties and developing buildings while trying to outperform Trump's own business empire. The gameplay followed standard tycoon game mechanics, requiring players to manage construction quality, floor plans, and decide whether to sell or lease their properties to maximize profits. The most intriguing aspect came in the final challenge, where after completing the 5 city levels, players faced Trump directly in business competition. The ultimate goal was surprisingly cutthroat for a licensed game. Players needed to generate higher profit margins than Trump himself and eventually drive him into bankruptcy, essentially defeating the game's namesake celebrity. Critics gave the game mixed reviews, noting that while it featured Trump's personal branding and voice clips during biannual player evaluations, it ultimately offered little innovation to the tycoon genre. After being promoted 99 times, players would complete the game, though most likely abandoned their real estate empires long before reaching Trump's penthouse office. Mussolini was the first person to say, "Make America Great," in a historic talking picture that was shown at the Newsreel Theater as a special feature. The president's signature campaign promise unknowingly borrowed language first uttered by the fascist leader in what was reportedly the first talking picture ever made by a foreign dignitary. The context of Benito Mussolini's statement differs significantly from its modern political usage. His talking picture was considered groundbreaking at the time, as it represented an early example of how political figures could use emerging media technology to communicate directly with audiences across borders. The Italian leader's appearance in this newsreel demonstrates how American audiences of the era had access to foreign political figures through cinema before television existed. What makes this historical footnote particularly intriguing is how certain phrases can be recycled throughout history, divorced from their original context and repurposed for entirely different political movements. Whether the Republican candidate was aware of this historical precedent when crafting his campaign slogan remains unknown, though the similarity appears to be coincidental rather than deliberately referential to the Italian dictator's statement. The time travel connection with the Barron novels represents one of the strangest coincidences surrounding the president. In the 1890s, lawyer and writer Ingersoll Lockwood published 2 children's fantasy novels featuring a wealthy young character named Baron Trump who embarks on extraordinary adventures. These 19th century books contain several eerie parallels to modern events that have fueled conspiracy theories and internet speculation. The fictional Baron Trump lives in Castle Trump and is guided by a character called Don, a master of the way. He travels from Russia to an underground world, encountering political upheaval along his journey. Adding to the peculiarity, Lockwood wrote another book titled 1900, or The Last President, which begins with a controversial New York City election and describes civil unrest following an unlikely presidential victory. These coincidental connections become even more remarkable considering the real-life president named his youngest son Barron. While skeptics dismiss these similarities as cherry-picked coincidences, conspiracy enthusiasts have constructed elaborate theories suggesting the 45th president might possess knowledge of time travel technology. Some speculate his uncle, John Trump, a brilliant MIT professor who reviewed Nikola Tesla's papers after the inventor's death, might have discovered time travel secrets in Tesla's work. This theory proposes that the current-day Trump family somehow influenced Lockwood's writing over 100 years ago or gained insight into future events. The books themselves remained largely forgotten until internet sleuths rediscovered them during the 2016 presidential campaign, causing brief surges in their value as collector's items. Though mainstream historians and scientists firmly reject any supernatural explanation, the Baron Trump novels remain a fascinating cultural curiosity that demonstrates how coincidences can spawn elaborate conspiracy theories in the internet age. 4chan won the 2016 election refers to the belief among users of the notorious internet message board that their meme-making efforts played a decisive role in Donald Trump's presidential victory. Between June 2015 and November 2016, supporters on platforms like Reddit and 4chan organized numerous operations to sway public opinion using internet memes and online media in what some dubbed the Great Meme War. While political analysts generally agree that 4chan users weren't actually the deciding factor in the election outcome, the perception of influence became widespread among the community. The relationship between Trump's campaign and 4chan centered largely around the Pepe the Frog meme, which became a symbol of the alt-right movement. During the campaign, the president even retweeted an image of Pepe styled with his hair, associated with a video called "You Can't Stump the Trump," which solidified the character's position in the political meme ecosystem. The future president was praised on these forums for his direct style of speech, becoming a mascot of anti-political correctness for groups housed in online spaces like 4chan. On election night, as results began favoring the Republican candidate, 4chan users celebrated what they saw as a validation of their efforts. "I'm trembling out of excitement," one user wrote, adding an excited Pepe drawing. "We actually elected a meme as president." This sentiment, that they had somehow caused or contributed significantly to Trump's victory, permeated the message boards throughout the night. Many users viewed their meme sharing as an effective weapon against political correctness and establishment politics. Much of Trump's online rise has been attributed to these conservative communities, where self-described worshippers of Kek, an internet term derived from gaming culture that evolved into a mock deity, claim to use meme magic to promote the candidate through media manipulation and online trolling. The satanic MAGA connection refers to the coincidental similarity between Donald Trump's campaign slogan MAGA and a title within the Church of Satan's hierarchy. Within the Church of Satan's ranking system, which was formulated by founder Anton LaVey during the organization's early years, the fifth and highest degree is referred to as Magus, male, or MAGA, female. This title is part of the priesthood of Mendez, whose members may also be addressed as Reverend. This linguistic overlap has fueled conspiracy theories among both critics and supporters of the president. While Trump's MAGA is simply an acronym for Make America Great Again, a campaign slogan first used by Ronald Reagan in 1980, the parallel with satanic terminology has been used by some to suggest darker connections. The conspiracy theory gained traction in online spaces during his presidency, with videos and articles spreading across social media platforms. Some of these claim to reveal hidden meanings behind his popular slogan. More extreme versions even suggested that Trump was connected to biblical figures like Apollyon, described in some texts as the gatekeeper of the bottomless pit. These theories represent one of many conspiracy narratives that emerged during the politically polarized Trump era. Elon's dark MAGA pawn refers to a conspiracy theory suggesting that tech billionaires like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel are using Donald Trump as a vessel for implementing an anti-democratic agenda. This theory begins with the so-called PayPal Mafia, the influential network of former PayPal executives who went on to dominate Silicon Valley through companies like YouTube, LinkedIn, and Reddit, exerting enormous influence over the tech industry. According to proponents of this conspiracy, Peter Thiel played kingmaker by mentoring J.D. Vance and funding his Senate campaign, despite Vance having zero political experience. The theory claims that Thiel and Musk essentially forced the president to select Vance as his running mate in exchange for campaign funding, creating a direct pipeline for their influence. The most alarming aspect of this theory involves the alleged ideology driving these tech titans, something called the Dark Enlightenment. This philosophy supposedly rejects democracy as outdated software and advocates for a corporate monarchy led by a CEO dictator. Believers in this conspiracy point to Musk's black MAGA hat as subtle signaling of dark MAGA allegiance rather than genuine support for the businessman's political movement. Proponents claim the ultimate goal is dismantling government through a strategy called RAGE, retire all government employees, making institutions dysfunctional before replacing them with corporate alternatives. The conspiracy suggests that Trump serves merely as a useful tool who will be discarded once these tech oligarchs secure enough power to implement their vision of society as corporation. Perhaps the most disconcerting element of this conspiracy is the assertion that this isn't just theoretical, but already underway. The theory suggests Musk, Thiel, and their network are actively working to position Vance as the MAGA heir while creating enough public distraction to prevent resistance. While this narrative conveniently connects various real relationships between Silicon Valley figures and politicians, it requires several speculative leaps to reach its darkest conclusions about an imminent corporate authoritarian takeover.